Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Kawe kute. Sompa kawe. Mr. Speaker, into I see that I yunan nesot le hegalat edit and wago kara ahe yango wanu tedute me likunan the negala ketake wago no te gajo sompa he gots gala daka het no ne tegala daka het and neso gutia like dake ko he ayunet le hegalat edda ayunet diri amigo hegalat dake wago no te Kanid aditiri sintiri ka kone Truth and Reconciliation Commission ko di chege lat nitani tenne ke hegalat intalang ne sonat ellako kete. Na Mr. Speaker di sintiri ayunet tenne ke ko tenne wa ke ko na wure he ko tani ko kinti lako ya tenne har kwa kat he ko tsa ayunet diri ne ayunan ko ana chao ne doho o sia ne son pa ko yene ko tse ko a ko o sa itiri ana ayune ko ala te ana so tle hegala ka ta ko kanit ayune ne so tin ko hegala tsa ta ko tse ko tsin ayune hlint e ko tsa ta ko ayune tu te li ku ne ke on tan ke ka kwa ke ti sing ola ayuna ayi ko ana tenga sentinel lo duhte likunene kara ayun gotsen go gonu tenga da tene ke son kaya ze ayune tiri tene heuke da gogar go dik etsere yo da tene har go ke di go dik ola duhte ayune likunene tene ko tsewe go o and ajo ayune tene ke terihwe ami ayune tiri tene ke te edik go tegare begare da tene go tsenu tene utsino dire ayune on jo on ta ke tene wakara ake konta kayurin la ayune tene gala ta ke kola ayune kuti chikule tane sotre hegala kuta und ajo ayune tene kami tene gala ita si tene na ure ayune go akune tego oda dire sine sona gutu at etine ayune bagala tata ko und adur ayune sribo etira sotle he gala tande Tena kone tene kakbet agulia ko te ako kanida kona Canada yuna tene kare di ekere yo da yuna tena mi tene kare tane dir sompa la tak awe kare tak ka yune tene ka yune honen no on hinto honen no ona ke sako no terese sin ai kala tsutat ete sin tira yune government kare tak ka le kare tsutat ete kan a hinto tan sande ai ko ne tenga yun ke kare tsutat Mr. Speaker, dirikani dire tenegone tells inland that tenesole kulu kontayuna goalats at dakla kute gone te. And ajay unit ligunene tene go tent as suri ayune. Canada den ekkelrunga University den gune tennen sotli het la tanat ete lazne te and ayunen sotli henat ete letsenat ete ne ka kan yo leki digo de chike la da Canada hindusa Canada galat that ayun tsenat masi Mr. Speaker awe masi awe dere tsontanaga tega awe Mr. Speaker, there is Sindira, Yuna, kills in the Quasentire at the Econdoe, Canigut City, Canet Adute, a unit, then I can Ake, a unit, Regala Catada, a Diricola unit, Bellots, and a Zot, Hegala Cata, Ligunayun, the Hegala Cutada, Dute, and a Gokeda Ada, but the Dute, the Gont Esobak and Outlega, I get the Kakine, a Sin La Tinto. But I'm going to say December at Shukanakete, Canada go one day, and the senior unit, Kogi, I say Suribet, and at 2020 to Aurora College, a 48 in 2019, 29, 19. 2020 ke suri na hini tutte kanni asew kaukene agalaketa suri bedun ekdi ayunnen ko wande Mr. Speaker the Sing College Aurora College kai yune balance kontako hetle hegalaketa government akint eleke kola yune hegalaketa da ayune suri dogo kere ka adresintir ayune ay kaukene asin ayune dannet ulle ayune yegodi ekeni killet ayune likunnene kotsana kitira tucholakula ayune koga kotse ayun kota karinla kotsana kitira atira Aurora College tira yi galaketa ekaukene ay sintiri a politic in ekodo hiridi koga se ayune chikillet ay sanako ken ada ka ayune neso kellet ayune le galaketa Sidiri ayuna mike he egalaketa kots nat eju ekanike kolayune ati si ayuna sompa chikelet ayuna hegalaketa Mr. Speaker did si did I think kakte kene akanike eno kinila that the keiko gariko kedekelet Fort Smith ikola ayune tiri amike egalaite kola yelna seducho le kontu esitiri kontago se unita tiri tai kontakayun la tai le hena kitet anezo asinkakene anesretle hegala ketta kanida ayuna tetsena kitira nezo tsotana he kone tera Mr. Speaker diri ka diri intle kontu esintiri ayune bet asin tetson panet lokenatlega Denike ayune denet agidi gotse tsotanike kolastru goone tenda tsotanike suri dini denaga la keta tega hinda ayune bello dire sentire kane tsotanike intlena kut agare dire ayune asikene a science gots ayune intle satsunkiti doene asikere tane doekinlia and adresin ka ayune tsotanike ayune dire goriji sonikulu ayune at aukre 2025 and at the Mr. Speaker did ayune intle konto gots se dire ka dire ayune I think I can have big agalaketa und cargo moneta good in nei kola good helaja say unit kare netant kanik ola I think ola unit galaketa da konta goods and amiso by sani a unit hegalaketa kanet a unit so then he go on the Aurora College must see kanine kona oda dene he dokora nta sachongo karecho intle kod duwe de ligunnenek goa kwa sin unit dene kega masi Mr. Speaker we must see dene yaile dene ga nazo go aga galaketa kego Mr. Speaker marching de dene ga nazo go aga Denega nazo galaketa a single zen and a hindu dirisa and at the sensory got ara on the Mr. Speaker did it and a galaketa sin dinner unit and a cohe than a cara I a unit a goats and a kitty did a liquid unit and at the then a ganazoko agag denega nazo a galaketa a sint in glass surigucha Denega galaketa ke asidens and all lalenes uguts galaketa dire ayuna yigalaketa sin konta yune galaketa latarendets on the intle kogolagata on tanike tsinaki dirat on the nazon intle goanud kekiniwa atake olago kudatsike wine olagots anake ayuna ayi denet bent abenitsi wikla yun go hegalaketa Atene go kara agula ayune good theory we got a silke winners lions ayun got an aketi in like tenia in le kongola yuna gala keta da got an aketi ayune so go eketi gola got etiri gola ayune tenas go here sagot any gola go got an aketi go keta So, Mr. Speaker, did ayuna contact did it in the Nezuko galaketa ke ayuna suri go guard and the song quite ayuna neso then get tagudi adresi diri ayigala keta sen kadri suri tene ke ko zegon feta na zon kani egala guta na zoko akini wegala keta kadri ayune tene ke suri satze wona te ke wula yunko hegala keta ayi zont ene ko wago kete ko la kete and ayune ay tene tsena kiti tene gagala keta Mr. Speaker kajuna ketele we kon also ton adresi ayune ay taku oda sotan ke knetsil go ne tego sotan ne so good it's ni we ko on dira ayune ga yigala kyutats it sentire aku ago on ayune sotan ke ne so got ene so kara akele he go kidi go kwanta ku news ni we ga hotel kunen go hegalas etta Dacho likunanik etirisetiri sompa kayune balons abegawala tsutan ke kontane chake ko kara akayune sukutia kontagala keta altir dene betard in ke kotsinatia yune likunen ke sentiri nakle khai dere honen oson lai back on it go hegala ta kotats rinla February 1, 2021, kuli kunene ganyali he tene nazoko agala take sentire ayir sena kinla tsotan ke kara a kontayu nazoko kritiga surikucha agala ketara hek en ayune ke hegala ketat adire ayine ukini osin la dire ayune ten kegala ketak nazogala kuta Nazo ayigala keta ko o gara nazo ko agala keta adire sensuri ayun nazo ne ukini oda kaneda ayune tiri ayun nazo gala keta dara ko tsana tete Mr. Speaker and ajo ayune au hille sin tiri ayune karatare show den government ayune karacha den nazo ko dikni wala keta ko chagal keta sin ayune belots and hike as on your dida hada hard akad deneke ayune nazo kuniti nazo ko keti akane ayune neokini ogala keta surigu chagala keta now kehwe masi Mr. Speaker kawe masi join kawe Beko etere hwe kawe Hay River South masi Mr. Speaker into Kato che tana wa kwatide ko dire ayuna ami ke gots NID le agala kinta enti reserve ke ayuna hinto khana okje le kana okje ayuna nazo da ho the what's it go all kulu kanela tana okaye dar say Mr. Speaker a card did see ayuna belote teneke a card then the long caracho go all in that and the zona with a card did a make but got an idea fat and hegla cat and the go shots in a way go get a yago a did canet and a shena de now kaya since suri ayuna hair river gola Suribet Adana Gonizo Sudigo Huayuna now Kayeda a Dirikagot in a Suri Asilo Begore Halot in a wet a Kakagot in with Adri can't address in Hay River South Goa Hay River North headed a Unemasi see Hay River a Unemas in her sick at Jote Quatin de Hegots and Mike. Go hegala inta kotse ami kotse na itilegala kinta ke ayune masi kurusi masi Mr. Speaker River South Camp Lake Mr. Speaker hindu sinka ayi wo go di lancela adresi asiri tinkani tsena taunet ekola a kabet ason batlok natle met adresi ayuna asiyat itin etlet ekanin bet ason batlok itikenat and adresi ayuna bet around the containers go on kanidiri kanid agotsna tidiako on New Zealand papakote ayuna Fog Island Island Burnaman is ayun kanin eklo yakitse ka eligunene kanil togon leont sidri dene lodute ayunesto a kani root ekini work gotsna tidiako 2019 Sinikwa eli kunena tani jo ayuna that's in lalin in with that art ayuna galat in ta senata with our government and accurate direct dikini with a kanit at the negona tesson pa he got ayuna and gudik eluja ayuna yala keta kanit and a zone and a cat second there. Equala ayikla dake di zone kulu art on the yeko or go on sit to the back hongo or go on that. Ayuna dene senya tingala da gaud ego on the molarity dene tat in the gen glasuri kaniga ketane yegara dene ekereyo sombane ayuna art ga wala molarity den takane de wala neso kanin kulu kaniga kagont elende katego ole but dene ke egala keta go ta kontak la yuna yek ekereyo that this government see ayuna kon kaniga like that got ayon teni ke like that not sets ulla kandidat teni ne so good yada alle kunne ke art sin de ayone sin akilere ayone like that alla ko kandidat ditir den so good and ditir ekret le kandidat got idea hat 2020 ku addressing 181 kanat a 0.5 million kanat a sompa go on la awai sirina so go tsena tsitida ayuna tene kelo go tsena tsitida go da south ada tini yala kudara ayuna nene go wasri go do olla go tsedene si kera jago o aka there senten retle kaninde yasrit aku on da sinka du lenet anyway nutsi friendly. Mr. Speaker, go with the molarity and tat a go with a go with Cadile, did a honeno, a sent license a dinner oil and gas a killer, a receipt did I, okera lile, a receipt did a catching and nakeo no onake a libo caracho, the Prince Edward and Heracho. Canicula government, some pasigots at there, you cannot give the let and a cigar like that, but out there alle. At the receipt, I in the cakin lale, I sent to a sat a kind as on figure. At the receipt, some paga can ye a unit in the necur, yaki ton, a sinkakini well, not case delay in how long yaki ton to land do you are you about long the receipt a lot ayuna tu la ten ko ye in ereke kanya the canicula hindu kalayala katala hindu molarity ta kawe de du ye galauta da set ulla da bet ason pak en out and da the husky energy he you la husky allergy see good in the care ayuna ayid kanikuti aga license kiri kiri wada hindi choko kere ke ka July 29 2020 kukuni ki yakata da dirisi license tanate hona no on sola hai guti yaki tonkulu du le yakona ke lende halot yaki toad ante it akau da ho kokani wat ein la sonet dirisi ayuna license kani okay lesi asitu like awe gulle ega ketta gulle ega like nakiftia kella soneta edere but at elende at anat ritual and agada sintu nega sopa chasone asik awe satu takole kesone kanda kacho haski energy ga enitlo chu where you go and I could always sit there, but some back and I tell then like that and the husky energy won't I got a head. Besides, in when IT I'm already always saying that you cannot do the care God or that you care for. Friendly, but at anyway, music 20 days. Mr. Speaker, March 16, Klechai, Ducho, it's a cute in equid as sompa, a high go, cute in equid, could a core, cute in equid, Ahon fale elle do dat rachu da joyune contact elected da yune go get in da den ke kineche da go da son kinewe na hine do jo den etere weke ayune da konat sega den contact go hegala da dire good dia den tsakin la se da se ke kende le gunan au da kete sin o kakorese den ke ami kineche da den ekint alle go det ikke dilende on det godse at godse at det går on son hent at jo den jeg lag au ka tsin godt det går det sida kakinda at det går kawai ayuna det den ami kanne email bets eller der sim go ayuna go en lat handet and okay det går lat er daudi Mr. Speaker aka eku elegunana aka sidri dana asal delkiniwe dana aka ayune wa dana so I think okay adata ken go at the kan naza the kanikulu Mr. Speaker besatina ruwanik achwana sako a new vic hebo for this ayune kellu gots ikola kelluni ala white horse ya gots ngora at adrisitri nu vilket du faller kunne den ugerleit den det går karakteran det kunne det går der har der white horse gods ikke der går ke der kan ikke kunne det se gå satse gå ola der yell knife gå en gå det til der white horse og John alle asil så der har der kirin tolle hent det alle den ka ja yuna denike adek etiako und ante kaninte suriko theory with yuna denike sink alle denike buffer delta goes a yukon goes ekit in the asulek awe denike dulinda yukon government say kelo dota how to chew hits rudi masi Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Nenak kokewe tasikat masi. I ta kokewe tasi kongo ko kuhtena. I du sere ko inkahade. Ta diri ka belko te I kon ha betara ane zona ke lenne zona. Da 70, 80, 90 ko ye kon ya go ke chilo de sere da eta ka se ke le. Da ka da so ka ne kon so ka de se ke le ka ni sere la sa tare sere ka ni din teke ke sai go ke we ka da sere go ka go te sere ni chine e la cha ke la ko da to ke la Gwini ka da sere da dire sa tare na ke hai karawachi da hon e si da et ko de shoke ile da dire sa tare ko sa tare na ke hai karawa hon ko ya ki sere sa tare da hon chontan ha se ga ne ko fe ka ni ko la ka ko ku ile ka ni da dire I ko ko ke ta se da dire I ko se na kin la ne za sa ta ko se go je ka ni na ke re wa ne ko ni go ke chin ne za da si I ka ko I sopa ko well la de ka ni I ko se kin la ne za da dire I de ko ka ni ta ya kin sin ne za I son tan ka ni ko sa ta se ga da se honen no sa te na ko se na ke te kun ta la da dire I ta go a go ta sere e tu ka ni ko ane so Genau kere ana I koago geweta dari kego. Techo go geweta si. Masi. Diridu tana se tese koreition de wai yuate. Teate ka. Tati said he teate nego lai I koa si pegol nasiri di lishare lishare sila kan tegina kefegol. Tati ra yone si de ti. Tati di naki karawa kani. Tati ra yon tuhta yon koa. Tati ra iti kon kani si kani karagina kokwe kani yone tiri de ti se yue gala chata ke tila. Dai do kani bekala chata ke dia kani ai keta tuhta hachete yon tenaga. Dai tenawa ko kere kwikola. Dai hin ko kere kwisi tiri si. Tiri kani do Teni ye kani. Tiri kani tuhta ka sahtare kaza dia guchale kulu ke chuye betana tiri tada ke one goritia gorete. Tiri hiwe ko kera kwisi igola kani on ko kinten. Dai do kono wako. Tiri tene kadule si kani na reti on te tichole kani akin lakedik achuleketian. Tiri emi koketi si tiri tanete ta keti kani te tisi yaza yue bekiala su ta keti leone. Tiri emi kani tenchina reti kani te si tiri takiri inti si ko kiala kintasone. Tiri si ko nache tuhta nache te koreiti onda. Tiri emi ko kiweta tari kiago. Great slave ko kiweta si kan masi. Eti chiku chine kete yona kwa. Tiri sin kani beke ala ta. 1911 ku la kwe sekete gashine sele mil tene kani siwete kani okokinta. Tiri chiku sere no te ko kesa lai tu tene yuhe te waku take. Chiku la si son wakinta onda. Tiri tan sehet egala keta tani yita gala kinta kani. Se la kono haikarwa kone kani chiku kwa kone te. Kani sola kani zo tena chiku wa kone te. Tiri kani isi egala ta kani kola chiku wa kone te la hati. Hai hahone kiu kini fede. Tiri tu chiku la betar alikini weke tena keta. Tiri ye tena son si ye chiku yona gala keta kulu yona tene yu sahtare te gala keta kulu kwa kusina itila tela. Tiri ka sere beke gala hitare. Sahtare. Sere ye se wunse kudani kusigala keta si kwa hitare. Sahtare se chiona ketiere. Tiri kani kai ekondele tena yon sente on the hare. Tiri 유대가라 다케가니 체크요나 센테 고츠나이티 센테 과케 단네서 다들이 세천에 세하가니 이디라요나 텐센테네 네소하디 세바차고 게와다시카데 마시 다들이 시에다 구 다신다니 세치나고 페이하고 때 다들이 카루시네fen 다들이 유대 대자티 가니게 게티시 이 마시 그루시에 미 가니 고이알라 게다시 다시나가 이 가니 대자티 오나 토 다들이 가니 치골라기나 치기나 게나 조가네 가니 세타 베치나티 다들이 파고서 가니 치신 때가 베시네기나 소가니 베타기나 세테 가니 다들이 이 대자티게 게티신 가니 사타를 가고 치고 때 치소테데시 다들이 카 치헤레 키고치노나 하타네 세치데키니 온라인 때다 스니 MLA 하테고 데시쿨루 고아베타 온라인 때 다들이 시나우텔라 이 테네미가 라이타 이거라 이야 카리시노네 다들이 몰라네 테네완데 시리 쿨루 과케타 고치기나오케 다들이 가르멘 카니 에미가 라이타시 다 카니 요나 카니 덴치기나오케 다들이 카니 도도 칸 덴치카벤 다들이 테네와신 리시시레 덴치 쿨루기나오케 덴치쿨루 고카 다들이 에미고 니가니 쾌가니 차리 테네시리 가냐 고치 가니기 나오케 다들이 예 가니 예코 가니 유테네 테나가 라이타 가니 다들이 미시네 온테네 온에서네 왜 가니 텐디게 호텔니 왜 가니 다카 두 가니 가니고 타나이티야 돼 다들이 와이 사거나 들이 이 고게고 대시 배우나 때리 마시 다들이 가니 때네 대시 던지 가니 때네 뒤에 샤질래 다들이 이들이 이 세해가 주타 제티네 가니 실고 첩에 개가 있다고 다 연애코 이유때 다 두카르 다 들게 추칸으로 시나 게 추카리 가니게 베게 구이텔라세 다 다니 세치가 개타이 에쿠안텔라 다 들이 이 다니 테네치치레 사다니 덴치기 나오케 아시아 연테네 센테가 개타고 다 게추 다들이 테나와실리시 텐갈라 텐타라 안테 하티 카루시네 페마시 열 나이프 노스 코키웨타 시카디 마시 다들이 미 코베서 미 네베소네 시리 다들이 미 타레 데갈라 데베소 시리 고차비 예케나고 있디언 다 콘송 거기서 소파 속을 가니 다들이 에미가니 코고 체네데티니 콩고 내걸라고 체네걸라 Da ihini kani ditine ko keçi kuyuna ihtiyacı. Da ettiri chuko geçire kuşi ka elende ne zoi ko kani ne kani kuasel ne zo. Da ettiri hindu chuko kiri kuşi ka fago se kani gala ketta di ne kani molla kani kuşi okirille. Da kani yeke koko keçia tene chi den one killa vi kena chehtien. Da du tauset tene kani entene zoa domola kani entene zoa soni hati. Da du kani ne kani kechu kani ko ana iye. Da me kani negoni yene ko onko chana ko na ke tilende. Du tene har ala ta ko sene tine ke inne zo. Da du tene den sonlai hai nai pene kani ne kani kuchi de koni yene. Da ne son kani kwa cheliade. Kani ko kara chako ke yekena ke tila. Da du sopa kena ke tini sopa du chon wala donar ke lelden za. Da peke guhte hadi.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North.
Nahende. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, diri ayune Lucy Simon edrisi 2021 tsekudo de chori jenkakenti ayune yona kaye ebe kara ake betleke kutsayune kawe ke kola yetsenekete nakiono tsintin khaibek eresho Surit ekudo ayune sitene tsenati kutsayune sitokreyo konno kola henle Sinehe seria ke sakara ayune masiniwe tenega bekhonat etende tenega like tenega bekait onto akint etenike kagete asin sona ne lukolat asa setwe bihichuku ayune yega na ne luda Jean River got and Lucy Simon honen also like it Dinit in Mary Louise Jim Sankers edresire nek egala ketta he kon tagala ketta na kete he klint ala university takonezo khatena na ogra aso delikini wa na ke Jean River ayune nek aketi and adrese tira ayune that kara akedet de twekayung gawakone tangots Surine son ikune sonan li and likunene ko ayun konan ilu gots arawa basic ko on dirik ola ayune diri na telekuts nan ilu the on ta ke it's na dira ayune suri na zo agalaita in tsega kolat anan ilu kola suri nan ilu to kanda ayune suri the nane lune ayune surine zona yine lu ba kane la chu kane ke kane dinikola ayune the now where and do the ke kane go no tene go chak ola go on that the denisha the chak go ne tena kili look ola kane go ne te go ayune in ke kona cute ekola go on te Atinicated as gonna would head the top the noise walking at teletin or guagonetta the show a unit the young legal daka go hegala keta the nakion also like high go hegalinda a unit some but they think echo on yagana can take Congo or Lucy I used to rebek at a you say did the shin tag in a tande ayuna di sintiri ayuna asi ketaurat ene henda dira ayuna ayiga tanda ayuna iyeda tleda gots ayuna tanit entletut atat ayun klayun kalle diri sinkanne ayuna belotse tanezon ayuna said atle ozont alla ayuna sin tlada ka sintiri and at there is a suited, but I thought it's in a way, but that's I do chocolate, says suit with the Harris in the massive hente, your knife south. Massive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kayan cuts it didn't take who zenont a years at the center. Did I unen a mass in a heresy, se kara ake se go tanakwi olayune, canet at the car ayune, got a restaurant, and that's it tolle. Didn't all a card did I unescle. You didn't all out a mine a like the diunet here, as it's an idea. Ayune da konat sekolajada edine da ayune kutte ekolata nana de ne wezont ele kanikulu hindu fale ayune sind kontu dir da konat serjara minds eget ende dir kola ayune de ke ko sompa kola ayune one out at the asuri it asin fond at Sarah gonit kono gothaja and a card dir sentir sets on taneke ayuna pelonse head at inting such baby ke na khalat ayuna go there ayuna go head eda ducho ka ayuna dire ayuna pelot dire ami ke galai tanak takono kin lesen ka kanni dene like etiri wa kanagalat adande a kadiri sentiri dule denets elewa denagalai ta denets anyway onson kulu dule bahats etet ayuna dena kara ago hegalat adande kanda nats ontaning do hagent asone Mr. Speaker kat dene lo suriko agurijian de konat hajada I ami ke kola dene ya inlegala ketta ke ami ke ye mana gala ketta da Thailand ding that's in Karawala ketta da kat emasir sinda Mr. Speaker ayone ami goa guriji gala ketande goa gurijinde nazon goa te gotsana te da honka den daru kikini wasana kulugora olazo kachuma siruside yal knife sirisa konezo ajuna da harat ayone karacho agalaita masida hirusi sets otanike kola joyone like eterihuga yal knife center I see Mr. Speaker Hindu ayune dresitire amike Ligunenik a 2020 army then a sibets and I did a galaketa as a synagogue with the Kayuna second Nakite Gayuna Amikal at the big at Rayont a Kahai Kongot of Karewa then a helaket that I did a city Ligunena Ayuna. Fela ono kani gots na kitendra ka nyalna yuna gots na etia gots ayuna gots na kiti agala ketta kola go kinete go kara agola yune go he agala ketta go kete ami no kera ani go keti kontra go go he agala ketta jesi ayuna belonte ten gots na itile a contaga keta keta sanda tena kela ono wala keta kate ka short tena ke kotina kiti ka sho kan so tonko elekwe a hindu high century da kona tsa kan kuluka ala tena so kotina kiti da brand bruce so he kokelekwe ke ayune dire amike Hegala Ketala ayuna go kitira nezakeja masi jo award Saint Bruce masi ayuna dir Lynn Elkin I yabont onen sort of sida Adire ami asebat in Adanezo, amigo Elcosin la Ben Russo, Hela Vice President Kudachu, and Egede Kathy Furburn, Amison Bike Edi, Gaskahun, Gota, Ami Tony Folio, Estero, Karen Washwa, Brikowski, Pamela Wixby, Yango Hago Kereke, Ayuna Sezi, Naho, not this away mass in a head erudi, Hakut erudi, and Kanda Ayuna did Suri Delicates and I did a Suri Delicate, go on your go Suri go on a show neck where they say Suri Kai Chan over like head down there. Suri Nes over like Kinta, and I must see Mr. Speaker. Masi Bagaterewe Mumphrey. I see Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Katle Khai got a jaw. A unit that could not sit in a tajale. A dirika. A unit COVID. A city than a union and done it. A child son near the sick at the net got a howland. And that then a unit. Then it can units in your Saint did that caught out a unit. Then it lay attach as written and a card sent a unit, but a conticular not take or quickly see way. Cause sink like a degola, gotarat in gola. Mr. Speaker, Dave Ding Sa. Sakara, then a son like a unique wheeler. Sakara as then a son like wheeler. November 2020, said Chile Troy Wheeler, the Sirico Agorigi, in Duke Alice written Agorigi. Mr. Speaker, Joseph Gatue. Did that in a Gachu said no wheeler. Trace Jamaica what it's a buller. Didn't secular send not a December 14, Amule Dini said send knowingly. Says Sakara Akega unit, then knowingly, then a gonat said. A trace colasuri, then it could do and then a wa. It's a cosuri, then a bendinat say, what's are you like that? Then no word I go like that, but I think I'll not say. It's a cool. Are you necessary? Then a one at all. Hindu. Then I say Hindu send no see dinner. Are you Hindu? Then it's another idea. Can it are you not then a guide? Then it's another idea. Let's Gurishi. Mr. Speaker. I just said Anna where like casting to Salayato. Mr. Speaker, Suri Segaguri Yeho, Natsiko Tesega do. I never looked at the Netly Suri said Zira Boneto, the Netzi Seragwe. A Joda. I unite the Neke Nahag Eteriwe. A joy unibite the Naga Karate. Kadit Asuri Tenaga Horilla, then it's in a rati Tenaga Karate to see Mr. Speaker. Halfway, no, not its airway, got that's in a 3 dinner Katsurichi. Kasuri Kuriji, no, not its airway to see. Get away. John Nitin. Jo a Eke Gogodi Edre a Sik Eke Gogodi that that's it's in out at there. Yik it's Ruya that's Eke Hair River South. Mr. Speaker, Joe did eliku nene koa kawe taruke asidule te kate sone tere te kwachi koko kitsinga ni wo kawe koa kawe taruke koa kawe. Ase Mr. Speaker, katiri kona ke ona ke kwachi ko ko tse tile hindu ka tse le Datir Hindu Likunene Ka October 2021 and the bonus in there. Masi Mr. Speaker. Kawe Masi. Here River South. Masi Mr. Speaker. Da Kawe Kola Karuti to say at the Tani Ko Deye Koke Sintare Chokela. Adanya Kinla Kawe Taruke. Masi Mr. Speaker. Did Aquatin Kola City, did Aquatin federal government here, didn't that's ulik the same a card did RCMP, didn't Daniel Lekini did federal government go anywhere yet in la Mr. Speaker. That Awe that okay, I think Awe didn't Daniel Lekidile, I think. Kete da diri Congo kesiale kuni sela line egot on te te juke la go all the line at I want that I say masik awe kwak awe ka think go here federal government here Canada go you say diri kani go got edele amita go kin kesoni dira you that's a kepe go dik era shola jo ole River South. Masi Mr. Speaker. I feel like awe did kwachi asi did can do the kokui na ketele kaukiri huare go ko one go you ketega ni ate go ko jolet a chaka kirete kota go kella sonne elikunena ko awe Masi Mr. Speaker. I think a car did a car a cocoa sin la hone qui ke te go on that a coke or la cynic always can take the correct a did watching a cocoa la single and I did that's learning did a liquid but that's it in a car nahene but then it's a takera lana nahene but azut ira to see Masi Mr. Speaker. Nanak put Masi Mr. Speaker. A ka a quati a coso lago casina quati the coat a calcary weather say a second takayuri la conca on a sere conco ya at the ayuna dari hui contasina okelia son pas dans la sonne Canada diri benda yala kutanota Masi nanakpad Kwak awe Masi Mr. Speaker di hai aye kilts ini huele diri da konat serjada diri 5 million kanat asopa dina kin lale diri si diri konta kayurin la konk elek ike gots at in lale Hedu aye cost sunlight birds at that idile back at here se diri si diri all haktok diri kona ke kone gots etsinga at atlont elson kulu diri ayune elikonene gots enat idirant at diri konta government connected this ayune sits at lago diri hindu 2021 hindu ayune government koguina ke take ayune se gots illa gots enat idia not part I said diri 1970 ko ke sinku asidu le kakeware konta kayurin la se goa go kwita ko du le kone ko ke sia du le sonne kanidiri kona ke lle konlle guina kona ke konlle le kani duplex di go chadu la sonne. Mr. Speaker, adiri sidiri ayune ilikunene ko hega lata and hindu ayiga la tsetan ko la tsetan de adiri ka ko ayi ko tsetan natele de o ko tsuliat illa kanit atene le kani kant eta adiri ko la ayi diri ko ayune tanet kai dodan esa ko be ayune dule ten yere kiatega de adiri achu adati kape wekwe be kontaka se go kon ikuste ka chot sigring we kola e konta a cab bega etere we be keresh aye di kabe be keresh be a cab bega down there go on to pagola e kola that sin we that di nicola so by melke hetruka hinzo na keta zenek and that do let the cool goods at the good do like unit and you then I put classic away master say at the iron the look if the becca was senuti arande a consequence elegante I see do then se ayune then it's na agare ayune then I balene sex harper holla haktak ayune then it's in our jada ayune I eat in coco shoots anywhere ayune cook and I kayeti son the canet I Allah a sick in a little could we were ayune because look and I will la dama Mr. Speaker a car did la construct Horilande a Suricorrigiant and a cat no higher than a cat in a secute and catchere when I come nights and all yara unit coca cota no do see canet at the chocolates and that's a dear big at Riana the canet cook ocean at Uleno a sequatlega noted and I cannot. I see Mr. Speak away my seriously. I see like away. I see to let the impe hinted away so let an attack in a down then a contra a unit then a hindi root at a got a cocoa cute. Yes, Nellet at a in a good look in the to the contact in the contract or lender. Yet at the contact in the Congo Kitsi, can in the Guriti letter. Masi Nanak put the quack away. Mr. Speaker, a car, a cynical contact, what's in it in what did I ye seen Kaniga Gagonet Talenda, go contact a let sonne, can the chopper at the sonne. Baby go dig with you agare tanet in laldene gare behega lafta no to see. Mr. Speaker. That's all. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can he do go with a cow a city corner diet go tele a dick alle cow that you care. A cat did a seat did it get on a liquid nenegori tea at a good job at your nuts a day. And that cow I unico at a week hour goods a good day. Do they go reach a good chada? Karudiu, Higalakuta to see. Honorable Premier, Massey, Mr. Speaker, Katiri the assistance says the Konakane energy galas at that business or all a kakari since on the cynical far goods and cynical when sets on the neck and shown there. A casuri gorigion the becker shown that yet the becker shown. The heresy is Ocaruse. 대처. Mr. Speaker. Diri ayi dana llodi konet at isila tlet oret ageti. Ko ike iya suri edi konet tlet ot ageti. Lagana go quick ola kanit ageti. Asulek awe dana karutita. Diri hinto singa nezat ulle sit ulle kanit ayi tlet o ot ili kulubet Ayid at kontrek on de konek ola algalat utaga it's egota anaza masi Mr. Speaker ka kane duat al dir asid do guti infrastructure kawe yabet gora asid do think kawe masi Mr. Speaker and ka dir 2030 dir sim Danid correct or canidi correct 4 million canete a bugaragalatu da canid dirisi dir ayunan so a decone canicotec or golat ulle canid go obet a gullet ullet kids icani sonten ayunet and at illende galat Net at the Ligunena, Ayuna go eagles at the Golayun Cani, that's Ulegas Illega, but Secots are a sea sonkola. Do take Canigala Dake, Arctic energy, Glasopa at the beds as in la Denicake ola, I'm meeting correct or canic. I kit in the Equal goods and at it on the Canada, Nahenicola, Canid do it, the corner. To that at his sake ola suribegalat at down that I can't do suribegalat at that show. Mr. Speaker, to the 2020 city, I unit clad at ut illet at the Canada. Asik onet azulet edile edire klet oret karot ilega and asi dire ligunenek ayune dikone kanit azut ilega tulek awe tenekai disone asi do hitsinga awe and premier had dile kulusne dikone awe Listen, a car did done it great hill de connect like on the Nesota, call like that cagola. Can it out a see so I see the Neso do the illegal a unit I see clecani so a unit got tag at a Mr. Speaker. That there say. Ayune dirisi said all the candidates like on the Daudine Karinits ida Sade canid at it in the I say but a card did it all a sin there I see carrot all sonda canid chewed out the connet it's in a cut yonder and I see do le kawe karudi I see do let Sade lende to canid the corners in the Sasonia so like our okay. I said do I see like our Mr. Speaker Eligunana Cardini Ayita show the candidates indicate the candidate Caragomon cat or a song out elegata and other Cinque canid correco canid agotiga at the telegunena yet agude contact la ayunaca did it canid the national yet yet akira a the eterewe cadile ligunena ayuniat acute hadile ka hindu suri begalat at down the rakane and 2030 is it can couldn't canny good a thought a canny taco through got on the massy Mr. Speaker. Don't care. frame like Masi diri ayun molartiden tat dida zenek awe kadile diri sediri ayun haske energy go license hadile and adiri koniti kadde sonni diri kak koniti adisen asulek awe kadde ulene adiri Sahtúot'ı kontata kure kegan dene wak atin ke kagoti ane goes at the Nahini Colatene Kaitia Sony license go to with a frame leg. In this as the Molarti than Tatiak over. Mr. Speaker, a car the Likunanik at the car. I learned in a work at Takureke. A guy Takao go on. Can it at the Nigeria Kende? You see, got at it with a canna young doubts, got out at her on there. That the city. Tle aki akani sita de sitere dire ka haski kani go ni leche da ka dire sempre o kutega da dire ka kona yo kete dire singo with hindi go a federal ya kintale is a frame leg. Mr. Speaker. Master, tak achu kukarasi otsere on the end to say kadik awe kade section 33 is say kega gotita de sin la license ayuna amid the license kwati aganta ayuna kega atako awe he ayuna ten kedant agalauta Takuritiga, I said, Husky Kani Chekakini Wake, Dinicola Sink Dule Gani Gote Ane, Dinitara Choy like a Joe acid and it's in a tiga, Yekenakuki Tigane. Already than a tat in a kawe, a Joe Carisilla cat did it sit Husky all hair, a cat did it say. 2011, 2012, go with it, did it, otherwise, like that, Taco Kerewa, a cook, with a hint to a corner, a killer say, a did it sit, did it all a let a unit and on deck it in a kit, there go on a heck all about us, some back in athlete at the say, a cut the corner at in la hint. A car a corner sea cat done nip nahin bet out but as it a go. Can it husky canny goes a kekulu but out ikini went there, Tina goes a gore that didn't sit in a car. You know, do you know, Daniel's a leg or a corner because this is there is city going to Kakuja Sone. Husky city, you know, did it otherwise I go like that got tart care like cooked Danny I got at that Danny license and you will go that Hindu ayuna konede kadule eruse ka hindu ko ganda kadiri garagala tsatako friendly masi Mr. Speaker atiritate kadiri hindi atana etiko ketsala ku kullu in line duk awesi yekenitla begare then it's in a cute debate asobat routine in la canicule did a license goats and should a seagull out the likini when also like high goods a second legale as then it's in a kitigale a husky cane check on azoclini a canele mass Mr. Speaker I gotta say I did say husky dini kona 2011 2012 ko did say did I dakitile ayune but agala keta ko good day illigun agala ketande ayida lekni wende ayune say nahini a car neck ayune ayigala kuta kini wende ayune tanina kihtiga ayune beongots etera tenike ayune pelos ayita ke iyeke kere yako tenike ayune kako kiteko hinju nek akit ne yek enako kiteko atir se hinti hone no hargots hinju got how on that's ele kani adakala etala hinju ka asin osin ka bagara eta Canada ayun arjun ebek etzara yot ato kotzara around you see Mr. Speaker no tetane ke frame lake Mr. Speaker kawe masiruse dahin do husky energy on a license goats in o ika diri on a company a yek nakihtia go o da kawe Edini kale kane ane kawe karuji diri yelako onda eliku nene ko sopa tsiako o da dini kani oire agane sopa na ke dili kani oire agane hindu ayunet a seed license kani na ke dili oire agane ITI Mr. Speaker, it did say a car. It did ayuna then a city I take a yakin dad got a single hindi got a jar single but had really car that's it that the big work and a car that the big at a shoulder. It did sink on the did see ayuna then a city I take a dog ayuna yakin down there. Asri ayunakala and at the hotari tina kiti a cookare a kani yet akit in kanyat alida it did see dane a car on exploration e kani aga license got a heg or lagot I did a car yak or senake legante and the car hindusi did Ayik on it, I go hegalats at Dago or da Dirisian Ayuna a car did a big at Rayut at Dirisi, did he do a on a sea canit and Nahinana that's it said on in the Twin Lakes. What's Mr. Speaker did he go with a quim with Damasirse Karusi? Did you can kute keledoda karachu asi premier go ahead let's okay this on asi got this on then you can do like keledoda harichua do learn asi premier jetzt got this on premier yes Mr. Speaker premier itself on a bit that Adere acidly could on and I could not touch it ill dog at it the sea. Heresy. Master Mr. Speaker. I sit in the zone to Synoda at the city the car at the Connat Sarah 90 Moderna Heritage a car. Dil city ayuna tana soa equila and do ayuna on tenake connotes in dingo guy ke de ayuna for delta ayuna eligunen he got you can he you go tata there so go hegalat at the Mr. Speaker a car Premier Silver Yukon Territory go ahead ayuna second that did allow to the go at it in the Caius Lesser Premier Silver did city exemptions did ka continue British Columbia got a carachuna na hen got that ritual. The British Columbia got a carachun Hindu ka equivalent equivalent Merci, Premier. Nunavik Twin Lakes. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Nazole kulu. Tiritana yailia. Ayunet elikunen ayitake asone tiri katiri vaccine kahlon denets ada Premier. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Ka tiri Tena kwike ayune tena so galaita ke ayune tena in queen tani ga ka etirik olla tena esta ke goga equi due goga equi tena esta go aquile tsontani ke gola ayesre corrigisi tiri September kunde så kad takotera sonne terese jo kanne tenga kwilende asik alle bet atule der ko natsetene tatte sonne kayune natgeyo due sink olla Kasuri berewe kanikulu then assault delene weda kalisri yaga like that in the Twin Lakes. Merci, Mr. Speaker. That did Dara walk goes at Joe at the words there are say doubts anymore. Sink alakagont era. Eligunderek a Beaufort Delta dinig ola gokete mine ola kaketi dinig ola goats and that's it called on at ana henitara wajo kakont asone. Ami deneke go in queer de asidule did it a home ayune got that in wakulu kala then goats igore ane. Premier, awed the Nayaliak awed it's a good deruse the Nayaliak awed. Masi, Mr. Speaker, Masi Adarke Edrisitiri Natgayo do a city Takot Yagana it doesn't a city Tani was city ka. Horilla da konatse horilla da alle ase ayun soldat in wak alla kagont ante honen ona dinsene den tats it ako ola judge it in the it a honda so a second ele gullet elegante premier katile tire ayune tire den night den ga quinite den it esone and adu jo and there is na 40% there is a unit there ga include canicula unit nene kagont ele alle der konta de quad der duland yemola nene alle de konatse and alle suridu chokagu delets anyway au I got that anyway I think all de konatse at incident can I end Dare cho goods and a dine, thou dinde denga inquide, then a conta got then a tat delene, got a caniclusera in quickly, the quasic when a colored kind any, the quadini when, and that I hear what a sericabic air shot at this, then a cagot could agonita on no watcher, and at a cagont a singular, a god. Kara akene thera ketal hend a car followed in that a car yuna sita hanats are wako hinduko wa dauti.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yell North go give it dashi. Infrastructure go give it dashi. And that done it tänä iti sehai i tänä tyhtaat i tokotsa tyhtaagalla ketä. I honana on sintille milkan että sehai na i tiedi. Jal näp norskoki että sikate. Masia. I ittiri sopa kanahta iti. Täätiri sopa jone neitsilana la jone tyhtaa mi kanit elatabetsosi kotana wanneso. Täätiri kanit i tood mulla nänkö se kanikot se i koina kete kaniko nijen. Täätiri hin kani kutiwi josi kutiwi chese yoku karwitsi la chal. Täätiri hinin tani pek harat pekegala i tehe kuti kegala tanne sohade. I infrastructure ko kiweta sikata. Teka i kani kutiwala si i kaat peket kegala itade. Jal näip norsko kiweta sikati. Masi. Tani pona tihfäsaad. Täätiri hin tyhtaa kanin tehni kani hetsoit. Haratane kontane kurit karacha kurit hielason. Täätiri tie kani i tenegalaita kani ni kani karacha kurit hinaitila. Tääkini har kontane karacha kurit hinasehtiellä. Tää infrastructure kaue sikate. Masia. Täätiri igo konte se i soni apahta. Täätysega soni lainte tani ketään kutinana at virishollade. Jal näip norsko kyötä sikate. Masia. Tääkini kani igo kohtella i kokona chaguitsen i jäbistpo kohtella. Täätiri i sopa kanahta kuvi siitiri i kanita täätiri ei ole kanit saatte skotsana kuitita tainteen. Infrastructure ko kiweta sikati. Tääti panna itahadi. Se ei ole kaapella kore wen kanit jon panna itahadi. Ettiri ikutti osi paitagara. Täätiri tani sopa tahta naiti naitten najehti kani ettiri kahtsini rasad sopat netseatien. Täätiri ittene kui naatieta kurihtina sihti kani ei ole kani katsetagara on tehdi. Kämlik kun käyttäisi massia. Tää isi kada. Ettiri kani ettiri vai sopa. Täätiri tänä laittasi ettiri sopa se sota nähtee. Täätiri sopa si sopa nalle sopa esi kani tänä kani laittaa kutsettia sone. Isi ei kauesi kati. Masi. Tauti. Täätiri to sopat i sopat on kutsettelasi tyhtaat akilleelle. Ettiri jone jutte kani tänä hei tänä järjitse kani jonko taateen. Emi ko tlakurihkuisien. Tadiri emid hechi. Kanid kutsiatia hadi. Tadiri sopa chohine kukidiwi hechiatia le. Tadiri kanid I sopa hirikia le hadiari. Tami kanid kiele ketanka kutsina taritia dule. Masi. Kamlega kokiwatashi kada masi. Tai ikundala. Tadiri sopa tazaten seti betai onte tenduhtatene kutsinariti. Tadiri council kaniko kerehkwesi yonli sopa kutsate sitten kutsinakitia sone. Isi kawesi kade. Tassini taane fesi. Tatitine tahun kulu akote sone. Tai sopa tani sopa tani seti kane titine itsi kaukewe. Tadiri emiten esike alaita emi kani eretle tai aichi kani titine kutsikure ade. Kamleka kokiwatashi kada. Masi. Tadiri sinesit ikonacha isiko kohtare sikonacha. Tai ITIC. Taisi lisin narahtigare. Tatira one si jonki kiti kane. Tati tene kinate kani sopa son koawella hadi. Tati stani si kani. Si kadule lezoa ligare. Takani te tirimi tuhta kani keolaitane. Kutsinarahtia dule. Ta isi kauesi kade. Ta tirika faa kutse kani se siusetia ikaniga. Ta tiri eiga tuhtatene. Ta tiri tuhtaten sinasetia te kai one sit tiri. Tadiri tucho serehkusia yonel lisinacheti kani tene kani sinacheti adulle. Tani is. Tadiri yonel sehet lisinacheti. Ta fanachelia kani tiri keala setane fanache se oadue yone. Ona yone lisinacheti gara yone lisiuseti gara kaninte nintezo katulei tokuripien. Fanete tautian. Tadiri on tenekolla kokeal tekasirit belaltane chalasetachirin waneka seten snacheti adulle hadi. Kamle kokiwatashi kada masi. Takai ika lechiko tenezo. Taisi tadiri kani tiri strategy kitani kikel kitakani lata kinini asane. Isi kawesi kade. Tadiri mi seko intesi. Ta fane ore ona yone teneta. Ta isi sewe kwende. Ta lehechelia tene kani lichio ketene ona tene pikechire kuikosete kani. Tadiri kani ya ofane tenyawelas kukechire kuisia yone lehe setaka seosete adulle. Frame leko kewatashi kada. 맛이. 이 IT 알고 교했다 시컬시. 다들이 이 하스키가 이렇게 해오기 어시 이렇게 공추야 베타루켄. 시네 카툴레. 다들이 이 구디 코네시 나치시. 다이 구디 월라시 카툴레 베케가 라인tab. 이 IT야 카워시 카데. 다들이 이 베구디시 요것. 다들이 인클레 니추시. 다들이 드리민 인클레 나우토야 디티나 베치코라 아디. 프레임레가 고교했다 시카데. 마시. 다이 이어 코인테가 쉐르나조 이게 코인테. 들이 시호키 아가니 인클레과 추시 이다인테 손에 하데 시 이게 고테 아둘레 손에. IT야 카워시 카데. 마시. 다 카딜 하데. 카니 아둘레. 드리식 알레코니 웨시 카베켈세 다둘레 쿨루 에투 카니 코네 파베테르 테레후안데다 코네 카니네 고쿠안데. 다들이 구티 쿨루시 카둘레 게추에가 나우타케 이케레케네 데카 하호네 카둘레 베켈레 카둘레 베케 구티 콘히치안. 다들이 구티 케시시 쿠저 아이틸레. 다들이 카들이 구치나시 티아 카니 이가 사인테. 다들이 카니 게추 이린타다 케치네 하호네 세르베케 구티치 아둘레. 프레임레가 고교했다 시 마시엘. 이게 고인테스. 다들이 티 연타니 이게 알라킨타. 또 카위 케골라이 이다 킨테 카니베 오나티펠레. 다들이 체고팅케 요네 체카 과케다. 이 네카레쇼 케갈라킨타. 다이 네케갈킨타 시카둘레 예케 나오케 티아둘레 손에. 다들이 실레밀 카네테 텐치나키 나케티아. 다이 손파이 카니 카레티 손에 이 카니 파니 티아손. 다 시카둘레 이데 이게 시오키 어시데 이게 나케 티아손에. IT야 가오시 카다. 다들이 이린테 콘추세. 다 파고선. 다들이 게추카니 카네 아나 아셀레라손. 다들이 시 야니 타고 인테 그거테 카 야니 가구차이 간. 다들이 카니 카니 네다 케티케 나오 케티 카니 파고는 베그 kuinwan. 다들이 호난 온 솔라이 하카라 와서 이 시오키 게알케타고. 다들이 카니 파고체 카니 이 네다 케틸레 쿨루기 게나오 케티딘테 카니 게알체 타운달라. 가진라네라서 하더네 자고 올라고 되고 Etteri som eri tlek koneketsisi I toge chutane tlekotene ketane yaone etteri beke tani kunako kwela chata I beke laita ko wade. I friendly ko kiweta sikar. Muntasine etteri honen osun lai haikara naru ina fella. Etu kani yekena kyhte I som pane I tenayone yeta tiadula. Enta etteri emiga tegalaintande. Etteri I tlekotene or tene gagalainta emiga lainta ye tayireke. Aitia ka wesikad. Enta etteri kokyoitasi seret pekena sogalahtane fe. Tire yontuhta tenga kokyoitasa koa egalata. Tiremi te lor kani te tenis kasike tigaraga ko pekega laita. Enta tiri fago seguna yekela kintante da. Tani beket tani nesoko chiochila. Enta tiri tani yahni yekela kintante. Tiri tani bekela jata. Ini kona beke kache beke kuinwante. Tiri lorsi te tirokade sokete. Kanisi ke tira kokela hita. Tenaga la hita. Mashi.
Mr. Speaker, Aja. Kwag awe daruke. Gwating ko daruke. Gwating Hay River gwating danet konguinat desonen. There Sydney gwating the cook onigui Taugere with a Honda danet ego con danet ego lasone. Mr. Speaker, the beggar shoulder color at the beggar and get her way you carry ka a liquid nana ko ayune the liquid nana ayune federal gwating ko ayune begat dada the ko ega like daka goes a takirulia but that's it at the River South. Mr. Speaker, ka the whole back on Ellison, Kuludilla, then going at the son. I seek away. I see it, I kid in then a green, a kid, then a kid's okay, Lea, out in a congo, corn, no, that. Cork away, Mr. Speaker, a call, a jaw, a cut, ko ahtat den Saint Dulle den nakiftiga kuina kete yek enako kete and atere ka ta hodulle kannes elle polasone ha oral question to Hay River South. Mr. Speaker, atere ko den se takere landa selek awe Dritanya kella sonne. Masi Hay River South. Kwakawe. Mr. Speaker. The federal government kontena kinilande yit ahonde so bats utano. Mr. Speaker. Daurakea. Hay River South. Mr. Speaker. That did I Hay River not a would a quite that the Hay River go ahead of Kenaway. That did I unique a call a say sit in London a sit to a conako kere one that a neck a coco conical question. Nay, a car. I got to go it's anti gods in la. and I go Kong a code go Congo Jago Lale Tagot Water neck a coke on a good is in the Cork away. Did a cab that did be work and see did Danny River Danny at in London Arusinda Kale goes a Congo on a god and the oh that cake ola go hegals at the and I do go what's at the Con ta Congo and at Elle then a go Congo will a cake ola got at the federal government that cake in there. Diriberg at Terrewe Carusino. What's Mr. Speaker? Go. Those are the kids in the day. Hey, River South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Did that the Elecanit are you not the quick that I sit beggar like Daga, I sit to a coconut child high rise lay, Mackenzie high rise lay. I say, that's it, digger. Did it then a cocoa good like a go a second inland that and a sonne. Hey, River South, our cork away. As Mr. Speaker, a car. Did Hey River a high rise go a circle another way a couple at the same Hindu then army back up army take up a count a same behead at that in Danny sits in Laudaniga a car did it then a federal then it's in a kid a high rise down a collapse at the go on as a can't do it high rise. I see so that and sound and you see back me you can't a bit so that in there about a carusino. I see Mr. Speaker. Our cutty. Are you going to sound a lady? Are you called Danny Yaga Kintada? Guida cont esone den acidule den guina tene concane guicolane zoti cone quene asi yakin tasone bergaletaka Hey River South Cork away. What's Mr. Speaker? Kale Hindu ye do senegot ekuluk ala begoti go seleka ayune then like Daka Kara a yaketa a good secret and at the car a color assist so a coco direct silent a color car a color a far coquet silent at a because he chunded carusino car a me count a behe goods at the River South. Mr. Speaker, did you not the question la? Did and high rise Dakara Chuku, you sit and that local Congo will at the home. Y'all knife goods out the kinny well like a sour delicate where cannon de molan and goods a good there cannon de somba thought out there. And other city I made the cockwill like a gods and at the dinner shed then done it a go cockwill silla corner cookie dinner kill meal on a killer on no 12,000 canet a gods and at it don't a lay who let there had a danny goods over the danny go a conquest other a hair river canet at the then it go con will like a high rise goods Gonagola, Ami, Go Ka, Fakit in Kegola, Gots and Adino. Here River South. Cork Owe. That's Mr. Speaker. A car call work with a carjo did it amid the Nake Chronicles at the call go cuts and he went at that did it say did it. I made a go coguilla cacots and it's with dear colors at that at the sompa go quite with dagare. I did it at Argots in Cots are not a dear. At that did I say, did it the conat said the high the conat search I could a cat did it street then a amigo cogu ille go a unili good neck a go region canada a motel or la go a good thing or die guina kid there that I make go cool like I see. The contact a galata guy goods at Denike. Here River South. As Mr. Speaker, I got your sick hour master say. Did you get a yola canoe that I can say? Dorike. Dorike. Dorike that's all. As Mr. Speaker, did you? Did you say, did you get a government? Are you gonna get then the go a code gonna get did it done? Are you not then a government gaga like done that done? Go get a decandidate did it? Are you not and so the kid go on that canny the naso the kid lente go here go here like a taco on. Gali kunela teneso ayune dani yega keta ate kontaga la ketande yukola ammi kaga la keta sompa ke sinkanende kawe taruke etri elikutene tanet elikunene diri governmental keta goods government akent elike go la keta tantanet egalaita goods anade hek ola gots ayuna asita kiri kwile kek ola gots na itile kide etir ola ayik ola dene ayuna ke government gala ta gots sik kanik egala keta go ol ku kanigala keta ola et adirit akko ta eweta sitani bets ekore dene kanigala ketande asintule dene Kandi egalai tani yala cutane yek eweta met atirik ola ami government head tene ami so by think ego on etega go on senti tani egala keta sentiri ene ola tani tene eliku nene egala take egala keta sentiri ami betsen dulde tene government egala takuluk achu egala tande the heck olagots at the unegala ketake a government gala ketakuluk achut and a gala ketane tani kohegala kuta gots a unit amicate a galata anywhere a colatiri a tani the kitia go on a codes of conduct kiridi a warrant a joint at doubts the care doubts the kids in out at there. Commissioner and got tati yep tenechits ele in adjunits ele tenerian liak awe. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, didn't ᓴɁᕖᵉ Ligunenic said in 1119 bracket 2 is that there is a Ligunenic on the Danico Hegalat Utaga could walk with the intelligence. Ejo, I said, do I could think away. Mr. Speaker, in doing ᓴᕖᵉ there is in it at thousands rickets and I got the 589 bracket 2 Fort Smith Airport. Goods I got that's 606 bracket 19 bracket 2 is in the Satsone internet. Untanike in a quacket in the internet go clean there and a units ille. Head the begarals at the Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker, Thursday, March 11, 2021, March 12, 2021, March 29, 21, March 29, 2021, with Mr. Speaker, at the Nitruk, we at the Joyuna, the Gogant, and the Achu, with the Senate at Dega, Doughton, a home, did it on the speaker had the on the Senate with the had the Bergarek at Shudul Senate at the Mr. Speaker. Y'all know, hit the bells at the hit the Bergar was at the all the big ills at there, all the ills at there, Naki ills at there. Jo the Ayik Rick a thai hon the ana hon na ke hon o thai hon 18 hon o and thai go erik we ke 8 9 10-19 2 the we go get the 19 bracket 2 and 165 166 167 286-19 bracket 2 and that drew to me the business speaker -9 and the bracket 92 did you see then a unit that it's in tonet that I the galats good time to Inuvik Twin Lakes John Begare cute there. A joke I cannot new who say a joke Mr. Norn Joy that's a message on Mr. There's a table document 26 brackets 19 20 21 2022 did it good join the natural resources wall so look when I made it into it's our cannot new.
I will now call committee.
Die ga joyon terecht quick cannot snoof here. The 286-19 2 because that's a delay. The sea serious in the weather go there. Car that 2021 2022 see it did so but then it then a better eye. That did Silagonis, Sahtúot'ı, Nike, no, Thai, le mil som pa kanete. Det har da seg de har gått seg da seg de chat. Da de har de har I kegala se da de sitting se kat kegala se da hade. Se de I office of clerk seat den det should den henne da kan inte da I kegala kata kona chausele. Da de se de on den ko kan sin la de se den da det sin uti den da du det secretary with the retro haniga was de den ko de het den klatati jucho den target galaketa da I office white da karusina fan da se that da sikru kicking when I cut Masia da se jo that den good ne heku den nitu ha da jo den go in klade emme kinte gusi karintieri. Miss Kim Whitkins, Deputy Clerk on the Acting Clerk Glenn Rutland. Masi. Det har da I kuchute shi kuchute da I kegala keta I kani da page 8 kucha se hadi Visita rukena fe frame le ko keweta shikada Masi. I member pension I diacha. That I I got say diacha. Masi. I miss weekends that you get good dad. Masi. That you pensions. Kusina Tyler kono diono sompa. Da den darinte da that's bekena kuitiade. Frame le ko keweta sikara. Masi. Da den sina itisi dia da ion tala hade. Da white den white ko kene intlet town där hade. Det hade. Da is so padan det tini ko se kar kerelle I getta go chena na iti yon där. Frame le ko keweta sikada. Ka Kanetero. Da si den darukena fe du si den page 9 gutse. Det så på den hette går ni ja se. Den hette ju kifia kiti. Så tolle mil, så tolla kon on solai. On lati så på. I page 10 I den secretary with the you cookie kitty see darukena fe. Y'all knife North cookie with that again. That Kani llygedrede egalakettai. Da iyi. Yaza diye çahadi. Da iyi ga sopa diye çayı o kahtel. Miss Weekend de yike kutade. Masi. Diri diri dene kene krentla daundai. Diri llygedre wega khana yetane sona ke dene hene krentla. Masi. Da ito tako dia de si khani ad beke qahtari. Da diri llygedre wega khani koketia khani yitchinatia khani Miss Weekend titinja zai ke gutel. Masi. Da diri llygedre wenda wai dene yigalaita da du khani da za de si galaketal da du titin kokene ke koke wa di llygedre we galaketa. Joyce page 11 see. Da diri llygedre we si sopa tanehte. Sola la con hona on tingle mills kanete sompanilla. Page 13 kola. Office of the clerk, page 16 go see. Esibeke serutinafe. Yellowknife North. Masi. Da central go no sompa diacha on there. Miss Wickens didn't you good there. Masi. Da diri wise tene hene kerentla is go yisina kelagi kanigal ketada. Da diri ya onko ke kirekui kadulet da kanehte dulet kyo sedule ketida akin la Yellowknife North ko kyo tasikada. Da diri go yisina lana why go yella ketag why get on a kilya. Den danehte henete nachtla. Masi. Miss Weekend didn't Masi. Saison officer clerk go yegalata. Do not kill no thing like go yegalata conse. That did you why then a hennekerent say caniga colon daddy. Masi Yellowknife North go give it us. That did you then hennerent say me a year on there. Miss Wickens did you could there. And that did then a good deal like the caniga on there. She that look enough. Grace Slave go give it us.
Little area development.
Page 15 2019 and then the 20 seat the speaker to asitule diri sompa tani yat akintino asit yat akri ani. Was Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, I don't have my earpiece here. Could the member repeat the question, please?
John said ticket we all of that kachu kanaruti dusi. Kasewen kwene ha. Kachu tanareke. Dirisi sompa 15 kasum 2019-20 bera sompa huilele and asulek awe yet ego desondani yet akinti yet aukiri ane. Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Ms. Wickens yet ego dirisi.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Committee was established.
Diri tanasant ego kenitsine wa 2021. There said then Legislative Assembly Yellowknife City Council RCMP got Yellowknife then he got let's go he got I did a unison but that's really a kind of city center go at in La Hinda a unit then $50,000 $50,000 kind of a unit taking lada can include car a unit but yet I can tell it at your ja can you like goods a unit kwewa yet a look in all goods adara kachu you wanna creek we are sonne I see great slave. Madam Chair. Kadri Tata Keller yet agent ilende to sile diri ayi kitchinga kin la sonne siaga some panikinla. Mr. Speaker. Miss Wickens the needs to go there say Miss Wickens. Madam Chair. There is some pa ayune gonna chow big in it to include the a see kissile that did the one for page 114 a 114 some 2021 9,417 kan it 9,417 kan det så bara kan det page 17 den är quick out there speaker där du kan finna Sarah Tilda page 18 sätle the assembly the den är quick out there 2021-22 508,000 credit as some but office of the speaker by office do it did say page 20 ayune 23-24 he begutirat that did page framed lake. Also, Madam Chair, Joe. I see. So, but I thought they are trying. At the ombudsman, some part they are just. I got they are just no. Mr. Speaker. The ombudsman is said then 5,000 a year. I could not Abets and it's in the 58,000 is city kola at ayets and a kinti 98 dash
And also increase
it goes at the ayuna 13,000 is saying a which uga 5,000 kola. Family. Must Madam Chair. And at the ombudsman Hegalaketa, then Yatį our commissioner, a Besson Pogolias at the Jadaja. At the Massi Dasilike, the card the commissioner did it all. Done it a bit debts in the 132,000 debts in the 53,000 connect at the receipt the Amia Galata saying it's no Galata Commissioner Hegalata Ratkinla Massin welcome there is a Gacha Silke Gacha Daruke did Human Rights Commission like our 200,000 connect Ola Dano connect at Diaja. What are you, Mr. Speaker? I see, Madam Chair. It did 169,000 city yet Kawe Hegalaita, you want Ecola see, then it's a new currently Ecola did Nakehai, go Hegalanta. Ayuna ayala kinta sin longala keta zenogara egalauta sekidid akanets in the 140,000 ikolagot kenate kene dekola kanedi okay where we said the nake human rights you saying contact kayuri la son lie nake it's not the canutega and somebody can la canada it did say contact me contact la ketake y'all know if I can't eleke canada goes and like de canada did it then go can thank good dick and at any at then go hegala keta around frame lake. Merci, Madam Chair. Ayunan the Sati Masirisi Kakachu Kachu Ayuna Bo Seven Zati dedicate what's in it city. Kakuta. Great slave. Merci, Madam Chair. Ayuna, page 23. Sahtúot'ı Sahtúot'ı Yatį thanking Lano. Miss Wickens, then it's a good Thursday. Miss Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
In the previous fiscal, we are going to
Then Sahtúot'ı Sompa Begahuelada Hindu language commissioner Fort Smith got Henikirin Kleta Sahtúot'ı Deja office go 21 did a legislative assembly done a sompat agalaketa 4,047,000 a job it's and a honey. Page 5 get thought say high sompat agalaketa page 5 I thought at 2021, 2022, did it 24,443,000 kind of some it's we committee master. A cut did the legislative assembly Isombawo matsinteka. Mr. Speaker, John Hewick Gogla and Jurak Sergeant at Arms did go canarin clakai to go on a good era. Edro committee aye that's ille.
I will now move on to the Department of. Take a couple minute break just so I can get my next departments ready.
Edro
Couple minutes.
2 minutes and a Joe 286-19 did it 2021-22. A said did it ayuna cargo money. Go a said did it away a seen a sort of sin the winner. What's the Madam Chair? Joe 2021-22 there said did it Department of Natural Resources go. There said did it cut and it aglet in that dates in la said did it 789,000 0.8%. Correcto did it 2020-21. A said did it some but then it they said did I let's tagad at the United Natural Resources go cargo money kalketada did I let's tagad anything in la some bacanet it did I eat let's with that said did it I think on it 2.71 million can it at the city a unit I used at Caracomon good la good at the galat at the hair got a bit goods and did 127,000 sit there to la a sit tanker can it at the 58 a unit did it dedicate the galat and a sent to 1.8 million connected a cola did a unit cargo monoguaki tari or individual tag a keludua. It is sent to the cola yet an issue canicola, a said it at Clagola and Claret Ocanegut, a city cola world can it at the city got a quankola at you. A South Delega Colote, Honan also told the Dile, a United Cargo Molgula good Hegals with that Kitita. Then the government are you could get Sin the Zarku in Canet at the Iuna, Terret out at Illega, because with that cargo monezo and at dry and so. Are you that will let the sit then a cake goats and it did up then a walk or go Hegals with that. I colatane neg egal ketane at the net a better at the kaigi in colayuna nazo at the hegot utada touch I did chuania una bewitiga colatehela ketat and neg a unit a kit in the colaguts and it did that the no work as out delega. Then a kid degola no tsega colago hegal at that goats and it did. There said the regional ayun kota kayurin lago kekere kuda dine the kontago agu diketsi and I that's like dine kolagala ketagada nahine jo on the at are with and gets it diago olayun never wait got at forestry olayun you get 800 a part-time it said Contakayurin la delicate cola take and donate that destiny courage chose Arusi. Mercy, Madam Chair. I think Kawe, I sit in it and then in the Hewick here, Sergeant Amston, a Guigurin wa Kawe Hickey here.
Minister, would you please introduce your witness?
I mean, a Hewick here, Gorinzi. Mercy, Madam Chair. At the Deputy Minister Aaron Kelly. Hegola Sompa Kawe Jessica St. Arnold he Junahi Hekeke. I must see you than Hewake. I draw Ayuna Asu Committee did Ayuna and it's like a good did at Ayuna was a dene at the Ayuna Sompa done it at a corporate Danny Sompa Kitty 72 Ayun 75 that Tarukena when Asitaru kenaweta. Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. 73. Diribahitanda Tanda Sompat Agalata 2122. Yeah, you know, Sompat et Ajani and Tihai could get Aja. Good it's red, good the attack and I policy communication is go Sompazon. Kind the Kawe. Mercy, did it say, did it done it a Sompat a corporate cash the 21,000 is said, did it ayuna that's in la and senates in la the achu did it amike go he ogala ketta ke competition ta kane nga ayetara chola ketta ola ket acha sije Guri South Slave goats a kindlat artin yet agalaketa. Number 8 Kachu 217,000 Sitiri 172 Sitiri Konta Nakese Kanet Eke goats at the Sitlat Ezon got agots and at it the Ayuna. Contact and a kitty is in 5K sink or ayuna did it like as a contact and a kitty as on bar. Mercy, Madam Chair. Kawe Kati. You will not take what said or the ayuna sompat at contact on Monacani got an aik a concile is some pacachik at another day. It added ayunet ayigala ketta gots communication nani kala satelle ai khachu oketi ne oketi ikala yune akon siako ole yala ketta le tani yala ketta ga sompa ko wala lentani yala ketta ga sing kukara wala ne Itri akane ne chu kanigala ketako ole. Madam Chair, did begals at the car. Then a yagala ket down the da bewo goods in the da. Why Deputy Minister yet a good derusi. Deputy Minister Kelly. Mercy, Madam Chair. Did he sit did the car did a hair goods good the attack and I yet an a kiki can he sit did not hin then the shinta galaketa force actually a sick like an yelaketa and a true ola true go true was dike is yelaketa that did a unit then a song a yegalite down that I showed then a policy I like that since then a unit yelaketa down there. Mercy, Madam Chair. And I see a called staff I call good chagalaketa and a zongalaketa 118 18 minutes a day cook it's a big it's a yuda you can't still hit eat Friday did that's a job. It's a did you see ITI 500,000 canet a did I like that got on a kill kinihwe a 8 as a quagga pot like heta ya kin latin naki can go like heta can a good did I wait the canela canicula then go knock a lot a cane like heta cut then a click canicuni on color go knock a caneki illa with a receipt then a cow why sompa go FMP sompa get here keda why go then go da kin illa da go hegala kedan sa but I get it Masi tasirke katika in arne sahatile kapawuts in tekots at the sompagats in takots e ataint erase et ritanet ets any weta hindu na hene do let's any weta ayuna agalataka karin la hets let's any weta kanets in la kanikuluka kani sompats any when the why sompats a keranda canicula hindu go gods a canner zone tulana hine begala that's any whether cadilla huidat a learn as look and it's illegal and hindu sompa done it at agalats at that. I say, Madam Chair, Kawikade. Sinikola Hindi, Kawe. Sin why some person rakegare why some parake hakuri sin let's into and that's it over all carisia sonne addition ta sin no hwekadi galats it's okay in kanike he galait ketaka sompa sin deneke e got hard up deneke bed Deshin tad degana keze kaneke in Asia kenishe kolaketira kotenega gogare chich ayond eta but ara ant eta asidirigo sompa kone gotats lille why sompa kontad Asia kenishe kani why gotsena tidigane minister etiri sekewe tataru kewere arse a car at the Bagalat Utat did Hindu a car Bagalats at down at a gonna cola ayuk or colats with dada it did take away a unit 3 years ago to see Massy Madam Speaker Kelly, Deputy Minister Kelly, Massy Madam Chair. That did it ayune. Begats at the kids anywhere corner beganats at down the Zongas at down ella asin long the car can at then that's another in the car but are under get ayune and because this issue you see did then kayona the weather kake did that ayune think at then some backwards illegal Kani goats and it's the Amazon part, the Kene bonnets, Dagare, a gara some part, goats and it's the under Hida, assist some part, sick and it only and goats and the Jatiri, Ionic, Alpecudin, do things, Iones, some. I bonnets in tags, Becudic and it's in Landa, a joke harbor was at the frame lake. As a Madam Chair. A cadre into the conat set a canicula inti haiku diri kele kala kachudanare ke was some part de diri kone ba tainle on dene you see Diana Kintake digo kirin kele asin on digo did and it's a the sonic away. Massy Miss Madam Chair. Take always secure that it's a good Minister Kelly, Massy Madam Chair. It did ever like Daka, Ami Asia, yet at in a sink Hindu, then get a conat set up, Hindu, but a good delicate went out, Hindu, done it a sin la contact in a unit. A senator, you can't did then that kid was a done in the wicked do go to killing you or a car, a big water, a short then get away as on Ella, Cancula, I unite a little then came around there. I unite contact that kid the scene. Net arcade ingots canid nek asia can shegots sika kinwe a a car goes work under and I because did then that the neki dinner to kako dino ano and add cooker which you I learned, and that's an irale. Culture make all that anyway.
Oh, yeah, great. Member for Great Slave, sorry.
Great slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just gonna go a little
Madam Chair, did
page 74.
page 74.
Disaster compensation.
There said the ᓴɁοτ'ı delay 15,000, 2019, 4,000 he do a car at the kuhai takut ingara son patant at that as an hinted in bed to son their chala a sinkak achu why son bad at the beta lila son a car did kagot in a federal son bats and on then kagot and then goes and at it Deputy Minister, it's a good Kelly, Deputy Minister Kelly. Master Madam Chair, at the receipt the car a bed at it is on the car some bad beratule that's a land that at the I Tolston hunt that I could hat uncle 40,000 and I hindu is some baga hindu tani then do the care balls at the 4,500 is it in a second but I did a car into why some bets is some but we are big at on the hindi going to great slave. I say, Madam Chair, there is the bega at her where a sin then so in Quebec, a good channel. Unisri pegoi dino da au he galata da diri kola no hwe dari tisoni kola ke diri hindu no hwe okerele ka hindu no hwe na ke tele sone asit deni ke no hwe na tikini wende asit da kila sone da diri at da sone da no hwe okerele did I said I saw in Kekos and I kid this one on the son bad there son. Massy Madam Chair. Away. Massy Madam Chair. It did say son passing a car. Then it kept at socket in there. Goats and at it goats and at it down there. Go. Are you know, yeah, I said, no, we okay, le goats at the until him to go what I did a car at the Nazon, no, where I saw there, le Nazopic, it's a din that a cock at you. I mean, I did the Hanarat Honda goats at a lega. Deputy Minister, it's good to see. Deputy Minister Kelly. Massy Madam Chair. And that joke always had a car at the like that got Sanek at the say saw a cohegalats at that car at the city a car April 2021 a co hinte canoque okay lera at the city a unit then keko heno quilatera data a co hinte achuna kistiga. Said the unit no way and sent a good seen ITI go hegalats at the rat on the Daniels in Lovely a saw in go hegalats at the goods at the me no way that CIC go hegalats at the can you no way on early not channels will let anyway. I see. Great slave. Mercy, Madam Chair. Oh, a car did I corner cassette that do car. I seen sound, I got like that got sound that did a car. I unit, I no where can you what's at then I unit so at it is casting all. There is I see at 18 a series records in a directed the car is on. Car is already. Why did it in Ladema seriously? Massive.
take that as a comment.
Tuni de will de ko ke watashi. River South ko ke watai. Masi. He's 74 se. Dadiri sopa ko cha yue cha de na ke la kon on town on so ton le ko che so lao no chen cha da danyon de. Deputy Minister did the secure city ke kude. Masi. Dadiri kula siri kadulebe tswake ekani dadiri ye kontayone dene hekuite da du kain tella sopa yue cha. Here South ko ke da simasi. Chawe dari ti. Dadiri the polar bear ye so wesi ayone du chona no ya. Dadiri chawe doakin lalse diri sopa chawe ora hialde sopa get chawe geta anakelia. Dadiri he chawe si du tabiki tionde. Daddy do aitlelaya. Da yi the sopa dari tisi yi echogotin echo isi baye. Da diri kuyene kune wena chawa ore yaneka. Da diri only yi anakia kawesi yi gola kaike yen. Masi here south ko kiweta sigat. Yi chawa do atene. Dadiri ayana chaguchada. Dadiri chawe yuacha. Dari ti yuacha. Diri emi so is she such a kuchina na tia sone. Dai so good tinisi didn't sekiweta didn't ke good daddy. Masi. Diri etutani chawe kana ye kane. Dadiri is sopa si kuchina tisi chawe ori ye wuri kane karate kuchina ite kar kan ted. That kaya diri ayana chedere weta ida si kayone baita. And that have a good down. And that the home kind to lesson had you. Here is Sako give it a cigarette. Must see. That it's so wessy. That it's so way dory, yesy. That you could there shake it because I do that. Do that the scenery ye are dying the sonne. Deputy Minister did the yeke good daddy. Masi. Ha. Cut, ya do that. Here is South good. Masi. Ignes. And I did cut then at a city, Kedarian. And that did Suntan Tishin touch naturally. It's so than a thinness had it be good Jesus at the but then heck on there. That you like dear Chaddy. And that then I saw had the Suntan Tishin Tanakiri later in Tessonia. Tak ei etsokutin he kauesi kade. Sekiwa tatetin yik. Ta tiri. Tiri ta tiri tene erinitlewa seki ikulla za yue chade. Nitla seki illa da sekiwa tatetin. Sekiwa tateti kekutade. Masi. Ta tiri ta ze yuante yana tsedre weda. Ta suke ku yaguchal. Tiri ta ni pekiala setasi. Ta tiri tana so rintle sile sopa he kirike kane. Ta tana so kai kane ye kegala ta ni pere. Tu ta konta. Here South Kitch. Masi. So kid continue company ya. It told for bachaku ye to swag each other. That diri itirisid itiri ikhnesi itiri tsanak soket sigu wine. That diri swake isi kaku kite ikhni honta kuchala kiti. That diri tudecha itagucha kiti. It diri sekiwa tatetin yikukutati soga kawe. It diri elada kuchala de ka nikina ko kweta gucha. De chocolate son colatago. Ta diri ta inteta te sekiwa tatetin yikukutati. Masi. It diri diri tlane kani kina ko kweta guda. Ta diri pekela itasi te kani kutuo. Ta ding le mil sola kono kanete ta so me so kani te be so kesigo win kani ta yechina kitiel. Etu ta kucha ito ele ta kucha da. Ta kucha da sone. Ta diri kugo so kele chago we. Ta so ele honte. Ta du ka seri ye kela keta. Ta kani du ta kani ten heko on. Ta diri ele ichone. Ta ye ko ye du ta nene ye tu ye de cha kani so ke chago feneka diri ka dita kuchina ketia dule. Here South kokiweta sikat. Chogo tini yeti shita go kirin shokani de go jada kani swake tene okay tegani. And I use as a duet dear chade. That diri kuti sit ontaj sit ontazo kuti chikele si kani yata kuchina ki tisone chogotin kawe sikat. Isekiwa tatetin yikikuta. Something le milgo che Gentile no son la le mil che chatania. Tanya go chat dia check it had. Ta diri ye kon tagani de kani ye ke kani ala kata kuti chikeli kani. Ta diri ye kani de neke kurin sho kani de ka ye ko tagani sopa da kuchina che diadule. Ikiwa tashikata. Kani tenso kuti chiselende. Daga kuchina diadule. Ta konta kani galike tande ka konta kuchina che diadule. Di saison da. Ta di ko ai kani konsi kani kuti chilla kani tishin tauze kani sui kani kola kani kuti ko tau ai masi. Tuni de wili de ko kiwa dasika masi. Ta de yitaru kene fela yite ontene yuna tayirike. Yite kuti chikelesi. Ta dire yuna cho yike chiri kwisi yikani kuti chile serbetara an. Ta si kuti kani kechine. Ta dire misere de tishin takani korinshone. Mi yetati. Ta dire kani de siri mula kegol dene kegolai. Ta dire kani ala te kani tishin ta dene. Ta dire mi kuye yuna neherin shokani tehe inne zon. Ta duhtane. Ta dine yute kwekulu ye tishi te chiona a yonkorisho. Tani dante yuna kani yokirisho. Ta kani kutine serbetara ande. Ta dire ta dir kani sopa kani de siri yana ke tanne zon. Diri zo ku ye kani ko ya on ko ta kani kon sila de. Da sabe ke ko te gara se ke we ta te ye ke kuta. Ta ye yona tene sigurin shon te shin takane omol lagola yihirin shon tene chakani yihirin shon kane. Ta di kani neho kirin shone mola kani kuti gala takani china ke dinne ro. Ye pengani kina akani. Ta di kani de siri kani kuti siri ta den china ke die. Ta ye kiwa tasika masi. Ta hon ka dile da hon neke kurin shoha dile kulu ye ko takani ayone I tukule ko ketene I kola kani. Ta ya ni fa I Slave River kani galai tande I tene chaba chako tsego tse. I kani ayone tenchina kintied. Tene chai te tene heo kirin shoda ten heo kate. Ta diri kani te heo kirin shoda ten heo kate. Ta kani te tene neke kirin shoda siri betat ten china kitiedi. Ga lai tane kani ten china ta kiri tila kitene. Kuti te da kile. Ta diri yona ke lai tane neke shokani kuti te da kile se betara adi. Tune de wili de ko tasika masi. Kaitise samase. Tadiri kaniko kirehtletarise. Ye dishin tauze sigoshise ye kani yeke. Diremi kani yeke alaitad. Kogidia ka wesikate ye sekiwaitate te yeke kutad. Masi. Ye nakela kono on tayon on soto. Kutse yuachal. Kukani ye seri yeke alaketa da diachal. Da du kan karachak beke alaitalda yuana che sola nozo. Le milzo achal. Da ye kani ye ko takani dishin tauze shike ye kani ko tayawa lade. Tuni de will de masien. Diri dishin tauze siyo shike ye ake. Eyi ko ont kani kegal keta sone. Du se kani ye kegal keta sone ade. Kogedia ka wesi. Sekiwata de ti ke kuta. Miss Kelly here to you. Masi. Siego ta kani yawala. Diri dishi tase te yigola. Tadi dani dishi tada dani kucheti adu kuchitiriti adu lesone. Kogeti kani titini ye kealketa. Pen yigola keala ta yigola. Da diri yid pewila chane yid yudoze yeltu kani che kani. Kani yunebe tagocheta. Da diri koye ala ta kani gucci kani ga dishin tai. Tuni de wele de masye. Emi kani wildlife ko kere kwese. Diacha da tani diacha. Why ba he kontar. Koketia ka wesikat. Sekiwata de tinye ke kutar. Masi. Diri etso ake insi yikola paint pa tani diacha. Da diri na son pa lezo kotsakin lad. Kanikul techakin lad. Kani tani so pagin atlegarakin lad. Si wai tarukina diri tani masi 74k. Plaza beke guhtene fe. Da diri tani ya tene kuinti kani yil ganda. Tene wake. Da yisir betare anda. Da diri chat program se yisir betare anda kule beson patia chalad. Salt River I tiku de kawetli se. Da yi kani sopa deo de chat program yi gola. Diri yi meiti a sergo tara ade. Du tagola yona tene ga betara ade. Diri include bigyola se yona tene wad kane 고치나이티 가네 대신 타나테 가네 디아요네 소바가 잘단데 다 대신 타다 나제베 다디 소바 고치나이티네 에미데 가니 개가라다 데티나 고치아티아고 다디 가르멘 거 개체레 군데 가니 시게알 개단데 다디 danshina chetiganda diriye kokire kwikani da yi chat program shi yi ka internet ationde da chat beke da kochne hade da chire itiri lahtare shi dani garmenela da shi kulyola kwantela dani ko dikeche da ye yone ko dina yone kwa kene telainde da yi khani tena ko ne tegani te tina ko ti he chidaide da yi khogi dia ga we shikade ha kai ko ti he kai pike gute da diri shinta kada za chari tela khani ko ti chen 이 코게티 시간이 고만춘 간이 고개를 그간에 이 솔라노 다이 deputy minister didn't you could go daddy 마시 에티리온 74개 요네 손바 이 손바 된가 이온데 다디에 콘타가 니야지야 이 대신 타제 인간의 시간이 다들이간이 다들이간이 콘타고 해간이 이 고디체체 다간이 카인데 이 샵간이 이 간이 카인데다 이 간이 그추간이 간이 진짜 예 콘타 대신 타 손단나 체케릴레시 이 간이 tene gocinari tie tishinta sonta na kiriligan na kil ella kani na chesi enta diri teni chakani ten hekote enta diri kani titin chokeri ku kani titin kaketi dia yonna zona le ka kani bekega laital diri tena Sontana con tegani enta dirikani alego kausefia enta dirikani de isompa kani kuchechulle ketiel enta diri tene takini wete kakete ye kawe kete tingola masi
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that the minister said he'll start.
마시 아우이 카드니 클레드 카드 요나디 와고 on join 아이가라가 앳다서 und 엘레다 시 다헤니 드리 chat program 헤리디 시 디레 콘타다니 고 아이 아이 카키니 와 카니다고 챈 에데츠나 키디 라인 시 I surveyed around that and for at and I can't did I meet the dishin tout anyone there did it see did ayune it akit na hin ayune contact ayune la kaya ayune dishin talk got and he behe got and can it akokit that is circle direct show but our aunt the birds at the go on, Begalas at the go on, that's the person bad debts at the go on. Jonah Hentane goods at tenets in the sea. Then what's in the sea, Ione teach at the Canada goods 80 and the Ione car. It as not sets a leather. Oh, we think one or thing high goods at the Ione by the Kis lit ezon dek lele ya sompa dek lago on dribet ara ago on tenet itiresin page 74 dea sompa besompa dea lega on tenet dea lega etire dea lele du dea lele ka tiri ayi ola etehe kontago hegal etada tiri bat kontaba tagut itida dinidani ding sande bonus in da konta ayune kenet water den ke konta kakini wende da ke dinde deats ella hindu go out ka kawe ka sekwa da ka de ka dir ayi kola konta ayi ke dida e kola hindu kilts ni hwe da dir ka so den ke ta go rin ke da kani sompa ai ke dit a yet in la da ik always secure that it's a good to see Miss Kelly. Mercy, Madam Chair. Did you think did you see then ke ai the she tats a good ago ki dion de sint good it's anyone that can go igulla del sintere then ke ayuna Dishi tats on the Nagura with so long no canet 60 seed then ke a unit on the go connect into then work a cotton devil that got in ye kid kid yet I get a head did a car unit did then a contact cotton like that got a canis that's it did a canning a soap on it in the la. And at the receipt due back on some papa walada and at the receipt did ayuna bona cont and at the kitty because did you clear up can hear dinner like how we must see to see it did always at it did not hini that I get a region or good I must see here see thinking outside of the box at the address that gets a did it at you wipe because it's done.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole.
Intuk aje kenauts ni khurisi. Etirisi cargo money he nik aigontli kalot at the Lamasi Madam Chair. A cock awe kati diri konta sompa kwa gontlele hati sompa kotats lille hati diri si diri sind at the shinta the bekakini wende diri si a kasi sompa begat the tatsri wala hati ka diri si sompa begat that's a lego on the nikeko at on the rabbit hour on the you karusina way sinaka diri ami denike go kewita sintine soki na keze kola kite that there is a federal government kola gots and a kite gots at the wakari akola gots and a kite GNWT kola gots and a kite and I say then ke dule on the gots it is some part I said la gots and a kite sonne awe sin ai kere shose dire tene wa ati te gala taka kane a gots at and dini konta ko he gala keta dire se te se ke weta weta e sent it's a good receipt deputy minister Kelly at Senegal Kabik era shonte receipt dire kanit ao banet that's in way dire sink alla ayune dire banet inta kut denike kageti ai ona te ke wa kageti tani sompa tagals etaw kete asi kola that apegara tagals utakete sultan te shintana tsrile kani etsakuts e kots kwakuts na takanikola that was sompa the tall lucky Camlake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Merci, Madam Chair. Aku khandiri koana kata de aku iwere asidule dire den ke dunna dena etere wa sompa de atlet anyway ide kanida mi so inna ke ze ke de wa sompa kwat ilenda dire dena sikot ana dilenda asidule in our economics kokere kesonne etso ke in kanina ke zega kawe Merci, Madam Chair. Karis dauti hindu koga dauti karisil ne hukolo du dauti at lala diri begalas at down dada diri denike denewa kwate dega karin la go dini goats ekut ere dau kiruke and I hindu that's elegante that's a lego and then kwate dega like daka then what goats at on the day equal that's a lego at your deputy minister as you see I see a canon a hindu but what's that's on the canicule hindu dauti as on the Kawasikiwata. As Madam Chair. And I hindu go about the canicula denike amidula beganats at dande dini then it's elkut the yet elkut that out about uta I can't color sompa at tagua for land a then neck a kit in ganda did it I seen kakini wekani is on elekuluk as sompa go gonat as sompa wella dule at akete at ad so all sompa wella there at ad direk all dani behevala to sink all sompa wibet had let's keep it a canet a camlake. Merci, Madam Chair. Gasiri why did it say did it so gugudi sompa wella had it on the so in gogot and I take all why big eruption where did it go with that did it on the condition ta nagot really get this in it at and echo is sitting sompa kid I get dinner then I say he kirik at it's on Tanaco addition Tanacorile. Did it then sets in a wall not quits on Tanaka hen a zonga like that. Good shot, now quick on your air. And didn't call us cynical Serge Goncle at so anywhere the sin at so on Ella and us in this Dweba on a caniculu did it. Then a share a meet on Tanaka at so in Kenny went there. Den kan ni agala ta kon go on de tu le ko te de shin tana ko kiri we kan it den it den et so in go ko ne ta and that did it so pa gu aret at on tani ke ayune school zole ko did it du le amid so dan de shin ta do funny way or sometimes digital funny when they do let candiga somebody kiss on it. Away. Must see her. That Joe a week what the catile a car a did nini hair gonna care a unit a make it nets and a walnut go sit and it's a quategare a Joe then a car dinner car. Did it. I know why good this launch it's a legare a big a good deed of thing on the Canada than sits in lot not sets in London, Nazot in London that didn't got you. Are you gonna bet that's any one day? Then that's a kill cut, then get are you kidney when the kake dinner kakore goods and it's it there. Did a jodul North Slave Gola office goods okay that didn't go do lead go to quarter Kakorata do land. Madam Chair. Camley. Madam Chair. No data okay. On then our on then on then you wanna kint asoni go to chicken la dele minister. Did yana katanda and do things and that bonus it ever good chits il dare a unit bonus it egare because it's a look at the taketinda you could joke okay go go to aria kutara into things Sunday couple nuts in nuts in nuts it anyway. Cablet nothing. Joe, page 73, after. Joyuna cargo money at God's aid. Son patanet at 2021, 2022, $14,547. And a penny. I did cargo money 76 at there. 78. Madam Chair, did say our unit 2021-22 is said did I said a song part a crazy that I said let the kite this on Kawe. Did say cut did neck acids and the shikani you on LA said a couple of nuts in other and I some part a couple of good Kawe the back get everywhere. Could Madam Chair, a cat did IG a single car also they can nego qualacani a single elegant in that did a sitani like in Tasoni walk Massey the Deputy Ministry Secretary Miss Kelly. Madam Chair. A cat did Senate, a cat dog, but I could let a did go Alacani, that needs a sin cargo monad, a did tower all under. That there say, said did he do go out, he do a car. I that's a sin car at ayune dire ayi jo dani kokol khani what's it this ka kok ekota ande. Merci, Madam Chair. It is cargo money work at tender go what's it this another sinner equal a hot say can't on the here ayune kokwele so si dak e hadida ayune so pa so be ga hwela hinda edri ele kunnene diri so pa kant a million dat e wela se diri ayune tenike ega lauta ga yega la ketani asi so pa kere kega e kola au sik e khata ditse ko diri Miss Kelly. Merci, Madam Chair. Diri son patanet ese diri agalai daka ayune yet agalai kedown diri kam go mone ayune government ga diri se diri shine mine kani o de yet tani ke agalai keda sin ko kwale so yala keda se ata kind ada hindu ko gots diri ka diri we di kala birds adale dani begala tsuda va en sin ko tsa on de ye kani ya ko la se kani ko kwala son yala keda ko o se ai ko di son chits ella le se se diri ka and ka committee tsets ella ka falle diri bonats it arabe go dira ena hets ella federal government that could design la diri molarity ke federal government molarity then taken a day like that ka federal government se go dia kin la go dana kiri what's in okay there Madam Chair actually selected ayuna some but I think ya ko la mo karitari kele at the government se diri ayuna at the dani senagut aga kani da at the katene enet eko hegala ketane da kani at the ayuna Yatį na federal government ko ayuna at the hinake da ka why some but then why some but long hakini wele then why hinikiri at ayo na kint olenini you see and that Miss Kelly kawe keweta and that there is in katire ayune dynamic egalaita sintire on the go ele sin yala keta da kesintu ayune dire cargo mone kagot insitire go hegalat etada I said, cut then it you let the cat can it and I did it. I got each other. I in it policy can it the beggar gods that's a la canin it a honda bed then I got out the big as you are. You'll knife north. Merci, Madam Chair. I did it. Ayune Ottawa's a sit how can led a abmike yo de here na hindin it's a great federal it's a great I sintiri on de here go kwala lole a go with what that Deputy Mr. Miss Kelly. Merci, Madam Chair. At the scene then ke ayune ne he egalaketa dini ayune hindu dina on the go kwala kani galaketa go on west side city yala keta and edo. Merci, Madam Chair. Did it ayi what to say? So back at the wikadile. There is 3 white ayune birds at Dagata. Amiya like the Yatį that in the touch at the hill like Dagata ayune neck egalaketa jike and at amidst a good ago to do then a cake all into federal government heck alak and a yakini tinda Sinner Sidric Awake Diregalataka Awe Tai Kokrique that Ayunetani Karusidrisi on Dene Kargomona Asaku Delega e Art Galaketa on Dene Begudikon Kiasoni e a and Akahin Dubegalat at the federal government goes Reket at Dirika it's at a heck olagots on Dene e art is seen and it's asonid Jones Kawik Eweta Kawik Eweta Miss Kelly it's good to say Madam Chair. There is said to a hego cargo mola a sagut a said to do it a kaya unit at inlet a honda begolets at daga. You'll knife north. Madam Chair. And there is saying the Galataka Kati, there hindu here. Ayunet Kargomona Sagut de Legaleta Hati, a saint will go the city a car. There is saint Danny but at but Agalat Uta is seen for good it's silly a our dakiti danatri ida. You'll knife north.
Can I get clarification whether
Absolutely.
the
Ian Arda said the unit kega environment and natural resource unit kega EIA kega on there. You'll knife north. Madam Chair, sit the government a sit so galaketa to a anigalakinta kotena wake unit daukerin some parking sink AOK or do a Mackenzie Valley management the federal government Sadzega Regalaketa. And I olane Derek Ola Ayune federal coconut is not a week Deputy Minister Miss Kelly. Madam Chair. There is a EPA city to a ane on the year there is a saint a unitly heads it ilkanically to a saint unitly heads it and then a cargomata got a city nehe to head a galata cook go hegalats at that. Did I hear not dano not a saint direct accurate a uniparents in that a honda Canada then a wake a unico on some part it's a kenau think kenana custilega and add a saint logots a wahunda and add the saint a unipagan could teach it ella but a danda car a begalets utana car begalets a down the look accurate did a unit to ane what's issued a begalets utaga hill knife north. Madam Chair. And Durikola. Did I show there is 200,000 cannot a send a say a unit go a unit at Yagalaketa and there is city. There a unit go to Quillets Ulega, Danny Begalets Utati, and May Yagaleta Sonny did go clean Galaketa. Away. Deputy Minister, you can sick what I did, Miss Kelly. What's Madam Chair? It did a unit a unit a cargo monia like that, Cynthia, a did walk the cake of yeah, Laketa, Yell Knife North. Madam Chair. Isiku with a tiny Galaketa is water killers on it, then a Nakio not high Galaketa. It did it, then done it a coquella Galaketa, then a done it a Galaketa, card sits in Lana some bathroom, but it's a whale there. Dakuri Tiasone, then it Evelaketa. Ayuna ye bet ara allen ye unit at el de gata. Then a danet a ye sin go elegalite da sonne de sin. Minister. Latin. Must see Minister Yalknife North. Great Slave. Must see Madam Chair. There is page 77. Sit did unit cargo morne like had the I coach 712,000 canet as a yet as some packets in that there is sinka a sinka genet lab the unit laboratory guridik I net I kitchune a calcanet high city a car unit a city in Galaket there a city say Tega is a sick other got at it is on there doubting there is some part out to let them work here dinner here to let some to say look a dinner I can let to let son a Jonah in the government it eleke to lay yellow on there. It did can where always a gathering. Did it take a lab the seabed or and got at it in. I did it a unique cut in anywhere cut in the caniculu. It did say did it did it then a go like down there. That's some packet single like that on the soniculu did I that's a say did it car did it where go one there. Do like didn't talk like a didn't like done the where other Miss Kelly sin sagande did it sin a sin calculator laboratory heritage but our under a two and a unique two a get that sin a zone to a zone and I do Johnson like and Nakan like a under and I two get done there a unit two kitchen there a sin Yanakita is go on as about our aunt at a Katiri Nazon Nahini Konta Kayurin la yet Aukere aunt at a giant a sink or a kind Katsara one day a say Huridi Yaketa but our aunt a truth is tuning to more and then at a sing a ducho Huridi Yaketa go on. And other city all are that is the 90 bet had bet other like it's a 90 bet ha can you like Katie who like and a cat did it two kids or a yaketa a see a car a some by it a kitchen elecan could did I get a show sin la contact a urine la mola nanik a good day yelna a good on a good incha. City yet as some packets on the Dakota Dakota Kingwa.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great Slave go give it a second. A year in the car, very sure. And I can't, basically, very sure. Can you call a carusinefer? The just con. Diri kani de siga keta goja. Ka ye kani konta kani konsta jucho. Da diri yit betat and a lot yit yone seed germ kani safe kani da diri kani hine kani ye konta kani konsta ne hine ya. Gocha kani agalaitane siri a that diri kani tag kani yone agalata kani gocha nerile da justo konta kani da ya oye da giant mine kani da Da tena wakani te tinkola ke tadu le kanikulu kaintela. Masi. Frame ka koke wetasi kada masi. Si ori ye kane yone yu akutte. Da tiri sine shikane ye kane. Si kane de akutti ke sisone. Kane ke la kinta. Da si ye konta kane kutti kotar akin lasone. Koki tia ka wesi ya on seke wata titini ke kuta. Da kotla nesin bekena kuta. Masi. Tiri sine shed yesi okerete kani. Da titini si kati ye te kutti si ye be yone si beke wa lalha. ITI kani ka ye kel ke tatula. Da tiri kani tiri ka ye kel hinta da tiri kani 2021 si tiri kani kutti yone yana hinta eta kulla hinla. Da tiri ye karawa itlana ka na hinta. Da tiri chucho kokera katule heta ka idliad. Ka wesi kati. Da sekiwa eta kati tira ka yone nezwale. Frame leko ke weta sikati. Si beke kohtela. Da tiri de kutti yon den tasi karati ka nezo. Yell knife north kati den kotakore kule. Kutti ke sisi. Da gover. Chucho gover kokita. Gover ka kutti kono ye ke alkinta telefon. Kutti le bulla. Da tiri tuhani be kutti gola. Da tiri kani kutti kani tena taka ketile tautia. Ti koki tiwi kuisi si ye ona nekini lakin lala. Mi na kere on te sone mi son. Tu ka chien pluti ka ye mi tiri koki tat ke mi ke alu taketi. Ta tiri ye neketani kina koke se yikola. Dan kesi tiko te tu kutti kani. Da tiri sekiwa tatetini kutte. Masi. Kone peke kuita. Da tiri tenawa kani tenezia ketina. Da titina. Da kani tensina ta keritine wabeke alasata. Kochaye ke alakintan. Da tiri tu kutira. Tiri negola ye tiri betache ichigola. Da tiri pikutie tatia. Da tiri yute niku ayo kri sholada. Da yina kri imasi. Frame ko ke watashi ka. Itiri ERMB A or A no sere. Itiri A kutiwa laisi kulle kelle kone yekela kintanda. Itiri ko ke kere kwesi itiri kutisi ondi toka weti ikyo ketago. Ata itiri ko kesere kwe take isone bechi kawe kini welan. Ata bonati fati kanite ko kesere kwinde beke bechi kawe welante bonati fet. Itiri kelaita kute kukiru alega. Kokidia kawe sikati. Debit minister did the kikute. Yazad. Masi. Panda chetasi. Tiri iti kokehera kwisi tiri kakirinti yeon techinarati tene ke kokere kwite tingola hesi kere kwinna sokite nta ko tsewe ko takirinti ka je ko ka tingola ikugo tawala nta ka gala kutai ti ka kin lata nta tiri tu yone kuti kane yomba tawa londe masi frame le ko ke tasika nta fa kore wera yere aretibi nasoperisho nta tiri GNWT hen bichi kawe kini we tanita isi yon konta ta kuti ka hin lasone nta kare chobe ke gute isi wa taruke na fen 77 ke nege kaniko kikiti tani gala ketta kaniko kikiti ko sa isi o kereste kanike ko kikiti nda ting la kono le mil on na la kono on sola no solai le mil kaneste tiri tani ko peke ko temi ye kane ye kullu kina ko pekani kare ko kana ko de ta kina ko y'all knife north ko ke ta se masi 82 ata dena taiga la tai da ja peke ko tenna do ko ke dia ka wesiga Devin minister says titin secure tasi ko geke kutade. Tani kartani kina ko kani mi serba ko na te ke la tai ko lai sechina kiriti da tak. Ta tiri kani eiga kani rintlake chigo ia akite purisholade tai kani do kawe ke ko sopa kin lalade masi 때 효치린 쇼구디 나켈라고 타오노 타일리밀 이온데 손에 ettiri sekin weta tetin yeke kutel masi eyit tai mulla seri ba konet yesi skuru shani wa seri kandi aintelare edu knowledge agenda heritionda da tiri ka bekegola itade da yi kegola chetta ko yi da tiri ye kani ye sere school ko na te dewe kani ke kuhte kucheiti gara kani da tiri kani tenemi kani ko na te kani tenga la keta da tiri kani ku seo kete kani yes sopa kani yi akin atle kani yone yi kani higa akin yon life north ko ke weta shikada 이 콘타가니 따니게 나고 것이 따이 소파 유에철 따이 이에 소파 유에티 손에 이들이 유엔에게 따니게 나고 거의 이 도카we ke I sopa nga yele I sopa ka ba logore weda ka kani I chu sopa na kin lalade masi y'all knife north ko ke weta shikade masi 이때 ettiri kani ettiri nakele mil kani isompa sabe ettiri he sompa tal sonere e seke weta tini ke kota masi 이 예디신 타가 예디 네게다네기나 고코이 베 이온다리 이베 타월라리 나예 타타레 에티리 다티리 예소 바다네기나 트레이 타타예 다케데 타타다 우티다 온 사타나 케레웨 Da diri sopa chere kene yon be kyo chete. Da diri da yi da dena waka we hani ko hega laita I hani tani sopa gena tle yone be o chete. Y'all knife north ko kyo ta sika. In yi da na kyo no son lai le mil kanete sopa. Itiri karidani kina koke kanitani konta kanitani yehega la ketta kani. Ionte. Seke weta tete ke kutari. Masi. Itiri kani sompa tenga yesi. Itiri sopa kontada kutsina Yatį. Itiri tani tene si hega light ketta kani. Da hon ongola ke chu sopa kullu katagola ke tisone. 다들 손바에 콩타고 째대. 다 두 손바에 두엘라. 다 다니 이제 시해고 제티가니 이야 손바왈라리. 튜니데 웰데 마시 81가 했다. 이데 예카레 골기치 티가니 다들이 유대 내가니 가시게 저기라고 이고 고타가니 이들이 유대 콘타 이 소바이 유대고 온다리 얼마 해야 이 세계와 따뜻한 얘기 그때야 맛이 이 케이초 대초 first then it the call first for Providence Fort Resolution Fort Simpson Nation Fort Smith Métis Nation Jean Marie First Nation Cottage First Nation Tuta K First Nation Lucia K First Nahani Métis Alliance Sompa K West Point Yellowknife then First Nation I connected with Isopa Tune de will de coque with Tassin Massi Taitiri Sopa Tanete could say at the sonne. Taitiri Yona Zota because at then the Zohad. I cockety go with see Cadula, a head die carry Shadula. Carbecker like Tadagalila. Car Serena Zopaceta. You should give it at the Yikikute. Massi. Massi. The devolution canny the zoo can like Kuhia canny sopa canny. That it Danny sopa yeko taught the dayon. That's a unit, the unit, yesopa go touch. Declare you tune the will they go give it a shake. Hanazon. Can you see Shonazo? That it made the Nesset Lashe, a canny. And yen, Danny, canny, kitchity canny. A behead reckless on it. Cockety go we see. He secure that it in you good there. Massi. He emi sopa chat yeah. For dresses Yellowknife, Fort Good Hope, Litsuke, Yellowknife. North Ossetia, Métis, Wilford Laurier, Fort Good Hope, Yellowknife, and Yellowknife. Connected with that then. Tune de will de.
Split between the three protected areas in terms of this budget line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a little bit of a challenging question because there's nature funds money that comes to the GNWT that is distributed to the communities. The communities also get nature fund money themselves, but the split, the way that it is looking with the GNWT funding and the Government of Canada funding is 1.137 million for Sahtúot'ı and 1.282 million for ᓴ噚ᕋᖌ and 619,000 for ᓴ噚ᕋᖌ. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, no, thank you for that. I don't have any other questions on this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I'm just going to, members, we're going to take a recess and we'll resume on the same activity. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we were on environment and natural resource, environment stewardship and climate change. Are there any questions? We've gone through Yellowknife North and Trinidad-Willowday. Are there any questions from members under this section? Seeing none, please go to page 80. Environment and Natural Resources, Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $14,638,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now go to forest management, beginning on page 83 with information items on page 86. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on where the Forest Act is?
Thank you. Member Minister.
For that detail, the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have issued an invitation to IGCS members to participate in the development of the Forest Act in accordance with the new IGC legislative protocol. Numerous IGC members have indicated their interest. Our next step is to have a technical briefing this month with interested IGCS members, after which the timeline and technical working group structure will be determined to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that it's not dependent on the MVRMA. Perhaps, can I just get... I recognize that we have developed a new IGCS protocol and we're trying to, you know, honor our commitment to a co-drafting process, and I'm happy to hear that. Can I just get an update of whether we expect that to change the timeline for introduction as in the business plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're hopeful that it will not change the introduction timeline, but we respectfully will leave that to once we have had those discussions with the IGCS and have developed the timeline and work plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a little bit of an explanation of what is going on with the fire operations suppression budget here? Noting that it was 14 million, then 18 million, then 22, and now back down to 18. Is this just the nature of it's hard to predict how much fire suppression we need, or what that $4 million is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1920 was not a bad fire year, which is the reason that the numbers are lower in the 1920 actuals. The revised estimates, you'll notice the 22 million. This was due to some additional funding the department was provided with because of COVID issues. We wanted to make sure that we were able to address concerns with how we were going to fight fires and make sure that we were able to protect the people and the property and the environment of the NWT. And there were and we were really concerned about having to bring in firefighters from outside the territory. So we put forward a request for funding for multiple initiatives to make sure that we would be able to remain as COVID compliant as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on whether we are doing any replanting or forced planting? I know this has been a bit of a debate in the NWT, but I also know that there's lots of federal money out there for forestry initiatives. Are we currently have any money in this budget for replanting? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some work done on the efficacy of planting, and natural regeneration has been supported, but there are some areas where we're doing some research work, and we have some additional funding from the federal government to look into this. It was pushed back because of COVID, because there are challenges with tree planting and COVID, but we're definitely still working towards the outcomes of that research work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's been a lot of talk about biomass and a lot of questions to infrastructure previously and different departments. And as part of that kind of longer term vision is, the idea of communities developing their own, whether it's cordwood or wood chips and kind of these community woodlots. Can I just get a sense of whether forest management has any role in that work or any money in that budget for that type of work, or whether that's a question best left to the biomass people? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are aspects, as the member has pointed out, that are related to infrastructure, but I would highlight that our Forest Management Division has a group that is actively working on forest industry development and is in contact with many communities in the NWT and working on projects with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, page 89, the Water Strategy Action Plan. Where are we at with the upstream, I guess, with too far ahead? Okay. Okay, let's go to that section. Just never mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions from members under the forest management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, but is this a section, I guess, where we can ask about, I guess it is, their industry development. Is, like, I see $50,000 there. What's that actually, I guess, 4, is that for looking at harvesting and different development in that area? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Remember, tell me what page he's on?
85.
Sorry. So my understanding, it's, if it's on number industry development, correct? Yeah, so it's my understanding, we saw some work, various sawmills like in Jean Marie right now, and the pellet centers. So, and then we received SUP for fire smarting as well. So, thank you. I think I've answered 2 questions there with one question.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just look at that 50,000 number there, and I take a look, I guess, at harvesting and in the Northwest Territories, and there's not a lot of it. I guess mostly out of Hay River, with a company there, I guess, and maybe somewhat in the smaller communities. Is there any, I guess, appetite to push industry development a little bit more and throw some more money at that initiative? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working with many communities on the projects that you've been discussing at the kind of the level of the sawmill or that type of thing. But we've also been working with Timberworks and Diga, who are companies under the Forest Management Agreement, to develop relationships with Aurora Wood Pellets in enterprise. And that is a major project we've been working on for many years with Indigenous governments. So we are open to those conversations, and we are actively working with communities on these types of projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. And it's community driven. Like it's, like I said, Jean Marie, they're looking at doing this as well. So they've reached out to our staff and are working with them to try to come up with a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, again, that $50,000 there, like, if you spread it out, you know, amongst a few communities, it doesn't go far. So, like, where is it most of that, or where does most of that 50,000 go? Is it to one specific community, the major portion of it, and is it all subscribed to as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy
Minister?
Madam Chair, so as you can see here, there's 50,000, but the actuals are 128,000. There's more money that is going towards this industry development than what's in these grants and contribution line items. For this, I don't have the specifics in front of me of what's going to what, but there's several small contribution agreements with communities to look at opportunities for sawmills, for example. And there has been in the past many years that we've worked with communities, particularly Fort Resolution and Fort Providence, a number of funding initiatives to help support the development of businesses under the forest management agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just looking at the industry there, it seems like we haven't made a lot of headway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess I would, over the number of years we've been kind of looking at the, forestry type businesses that we really haven't done a lot. And I understand it's community driven, so I'm not sure if we can do more or not. But anyways, I just want to go to page 84, and under contract services, that's 17,700 and 17,779. What's that? What does that entail, and where does that go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Sorry, just, yep. So for that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those would be things like aviation and air tanker contracts, firefighters, the negotiated contracts, pre-suppression contracts, and aircraft maintenance contracts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Are there any other questions under forest management? Seeing none, I'll get members to go to page 84. Environment and Natural Resource Forest Management Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $38,498,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, now we will go to water management and monitoring, beginning on page 87 with informations on page 90. Member for Sahtúot'ı.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the Water Strategy Action Plan, how are the, with the, I guess, upriver sites for checking them and for contaminants and what's flowing down the river, how many of those sites do we have open now? And are they still half of them shut down due to COVID-19 restrictions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were more stations that were where the monitoring was occurring, and then I believe it was in January or February, there were travel restrictions that were put in place, and the Environment Canada staff that do the sampling at those sites near the oil sands are in Saskatchewan, so they were unable to travel to do the sampling. So in discussions with the Alberta government, they agreed they are continuing to do their long-term monitoring, and they agreed to do key stations. 27th Baseline, Athabasca is one of them. It's the long-term monitoring station, and they're doing that one as well, so we can make sure that we're maintaining a monitoring record. And then as soon as the travel restrictions due to COVID have stopped, then they'll be coming back to do more sites than what they're doing right now. There are some sites that are closer to the NWT that are in Alberta that are being done out of Yellowknife by Environment Canada. So there's 4 of them. One of them is in the NWT, 3 others that are being done as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
In regards to the water partnerships and agreements that we have with research departments in Alberta, and are they, all the information is shared, correct, in regards to what's in the water? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
All reports are shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Sahtúot'ı.
Yeah, no, just want to make it, like for myself, it's a big thing because everything flows down the Mackenzie and ends up right in Tuck. So just want to make sure that any of the sites that are making sure that our bilateral agreements and making sure that all information is shared and passed along to the Innivalid Regional Corporation in regards to information that's coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail of who we share within our Indigenous governments. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the results that we do get, and part of the transboundary agreement is setting up what we call an early warning system in the transboundary agreement, which is sampling and the monitoring data for quality and quantity that's in Alberta upstream. What we do is we have an annual report that we do with Alberta that's published, and that is on the monitoring that happens right at the border. But if there are any changes that we see, we look at that early warning system data to see why that change is happening, and we make sure that we explain that in the annual reports. Right now, we're a little bit behind on that reporting because we needed to work together on how we were actually going to develop the reports. But I'm happy to say that we're working right now on 2 years together in one report so that we'll be up to date on that reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't even have you on the clock. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go on the same line as my colleague here in terms of trans-water boundary items. I know that we do have one with agreement with Alberta and BC, but if I heard correctly, I don't think we have anything solid in place with Saskatchewan. Can the Minister give us an update if there's any work been done in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We provided a draft agreement for review to Saskatchewan a couple of years ago, and we just recently had a meeting with them. They had some capacity challenges, and to be honest, on their priority list, it's not the same as our priority list because it's a very small portion of Saskatchewan, but they have reviewed it now, and they're at the table with us, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to come to an agreement with Saskatchewan in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair? That's okay. Just waking everybody up. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, like I've always said this before, like the water systems, it doesn't see borders. With all our water systems, everything's all connected. And I bet you if we had any major environmental concerns here on our side and something still in another jurisdiction, there'll be all over us. I think that there needs to be that mutual respect. I think that's really important. So I just thought I'd make that as a comment. I'm going to move on to the NWT water strategy. Can the Minister just explain exactly what the contribution is, how this works, and how what exactly this line item is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So my understanding, it's funding for University of Guelph to initiate groundwater monitoring in the Fort Lauderdale area, but it's been delayed due to the COVID. Yeah, so it's for projects like that, but for other detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This can be for contributions with communities to work on community projects, or it can be to work on research projects as the Minister has put forward. It's any sort of contributions, agreements that we have or work that we do to implement the Water Stewardship Strategy Action Plan. So there's many, many things that fall under that category. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's good to know. And this other last item here, this other contribution for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, can the Minister explain what that is as well?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's an agreement that was signed in 1997 among all of the jurisdictions that are part of the Mackenzie River Basin in Canada. And that agreement, the way that it's implemented, is through meetings of the Mackenzie River Basin Board. So the NWT is a member, and we have an Indigenous member that participates on the Mackenzie River Basin Board, as do the other jurisdictions that are in the Mackenzie River Basin. So this is a contribution towards this that we make every year so that the board can continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
No, that's good to know. Like I wasn't too sure I understood that because because in the actuals it didn't exist now. That's earmarked for that. So at least I know what that's for. And at this time, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the number for water regulatory and assessment on page 88 is just kind of like in flat line. I'm just wondering why it hasn't sort of gone up or down. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Assistant, or ADM, sorry, thank you, or DM, sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Madam Chair, that's the amount that's allotted for water regulatory, and we're able to work within that budget. If you can see from the actuals, we actually came in under the budget in 1920. So we've had discussions with the regulatory group, and this funding is adequate for the work that they need to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the line item where our water inspectors would go and do inspections. And I just want to know what's happening with the diamond mines right now, whether our inspectors are allowed to go to the site and whether they're able to perform their job. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. That's actually Lance that actually has the responsibility to go into the mines. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I don't think so.
City Minister?
We already have lands officers that go into the mine and they do the waters work at the same time. So all of the diamond mines right now, the water regulatory work by the water officers are done by lands officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Okay. Am I allowed to ask, are those inspectors actually allowed to go to the site right now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, look, I know we're into year 2 of a pandemic, but it's an important time at some of these sites as well in the life cycle of some of these mines. And Deputy Minister knows this way better than I, that in a couple of months we're going to be talking about spring freshet. That's a very important time at these sites because water starts moving around and strange things can happen. So I just want to make sure, and I don't think our folks were able to go there in May and June of 2020. So I want to make sure that our folks get there this year and be able to do their work. I don't know what else I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
We will get back to the committee with that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Further, thanks.
For Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious to know why there was no 2019-20 actual for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, and I apologize if that was answered. It's been a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
To the DM. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been doing an assessment of things that should be contracts versus contributions, and this is one of them that was we have switched to doing as a contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's good to hear. I like to hear that we're being more efficient, so kudos to the department for that. When the Deputy Minister commented that the NWT water strategy line item, the $175,000, could be used by like a variety of projects, and that includes research and community projects, given that there's potential for the university side to dip down as COVID restrictions still continue on, although I know that a lot of those people are probably really dedicated and are willing to maybe come up and spend 2 weeks in the bush, isolating for themselves so they can do their research. But I'm just curious to know, is this a potential or an area where we could be actually increasing the funding and then using this money to increase or meet our mandate of increasing employment in small communities? Since it is a broad fund from the sounds of it, it does sound like it could be a great way to start creating new projects in small communities at this time. Perhaps maybe not an increase in funding as I see people's faces, but even just repurposing a little bit of this money so that instead of it being very restrictive, it could be used to sort of, again, keep money flowing into smaller communities, keep people working. It does seem like it's a great area to moving forward with like the water, I'm not going to say the Water Guardians or the Guardian program, all of that kind of thing. It's all step in line with that and increasing our knowledge economy as well. So just more of a suggestion or comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment. Did the minister have anything to follow up?
I thank the member for that, and we will have discussions. I mean, nothing's a never, never, and here's maybe the opportunity to look at it, but we will be having those discussions. But further detail, maybe get the Deputy Minister.
That funds our community monitors and provides funding to Guardians already. So we have looked at those opportunities. The department has actually looked at some of the work where we would travel into communities. We've hired local residents to work with communities to do that work. So along the lines of what the member has stated, we've been doing that work, and this line item in particular is how we get money out for community monitoring and the Guardian programs that we support. Thank you, Madam. Related to water. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. No further. Okay. Are there any further questions under the water management and monitoring? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to this section, what percentage of these funds go to funding or providing funding to Indigenous groups to participate in development of strategies and action plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for that detail. Turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would depend on the year because it depends on what projects that we're doing. We have an Aboriginal Steering Committee that supports the implementation of the water strategy and has since we started to develop it. So those costs are always covered for the participation of the Aboriginal Steering Committee. Some years we have traditional knowledge projects that we're working on or community work that we're doing. Other years we have more research, but under the water strategy, there's a consistent is consistent work with communities because many of the action items are to work directly with communities on water issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to research and monitoring, I guess I'd ask what's the extent of monitoring that we do, and is it concentrated in a specific geographical area in the Northwest Territories, or is it? I suspect it's up and down the valley and throughout. But just because the water coming into the NWT is going to be, we're going to see more contamination there. So I'm just wondering where we're doing most of our monitoring and where most of those dollars are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. We do have various sites across there, and we're making sure, as Deputy Minister said, if there's early warning systems we have in place, and we're able to see if there's contaminants coming down. But for detail on where the sites are, I'll go to with your permission, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's different types of water monitoring that we do across the territory. There's hydrometric monitoring, which is water quantity monitoring. And in the Bodell region, there's 27 sites, in the Sahtúot'ı 22, in the Dutcho 17, in the North Slavey 28, and in the South Slavey there's 10. So they're distributed across the territory. Another example is the community-based water quality monitoring that we do. So there's 5 different monitoring, it's with communities, so there's 5 communities in the Bodell region. There's 11 sites that are monitored with the communities in the Sahtúot'ı, 9 in the Dutcho, 7 in the North Slavey, and 6 in the South Slavey. There's also meteorological monitoring that's mostly focused in the Bodell and the North Slavey, and there's snow surveys that are done across the whole territory as well. And then there's the transboundary water quality sites, one in the Bodell on the Peel, the Decho on the Liard, and one on the Hay and one on the Slavey in the South Slavey. And then we have a water quality network with 22 stations in the North Slavey and 10 in the South Slavey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, water monitoring, is in the land claim agreements, you know, there's specific sections, I think, for that. When we're looking at this, how do we incorporate, I guess, what's in the agreements with respect to what we're doing in managing and participation from Indigenous groups? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I have to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when we were developing the water strategy, there was a number of things that we looked at, and land claim commitments were one of the main foundations for the water stewardship strategy. There were a lot of concerns that were being brought forward about water because it's so important to people in the NWT. And we worked collaboratively with Indigenous governments and other water partners across the NWT to come up with that water strategy. And really, it was the foundation for the mandate for the transboundary agreements as well. And the Aboriginal Steering Committee is key. So they have guided us, they guided the transboundary negotiations, they've guided all of the aspects of development and implementation of the water strategy. So we've got the land claims as the foundation, and then we've got Indigenous participation the whole way through development and implementation. And I think that, I hope that that answers the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other question I guess I have is with respect, I guess, to the monitoring and management is, and has the, I guess, is there any case law out there that's available, any challenges with upstream, upstream industries and that doing work up there? And has there been any challenges from any of the Indigenous groups or the government in the Northwest Territories to challenge, any work by whether it's pulp mills or mining companies to that may I guess have potential damage for waters coming into Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'm going to have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not specifically up to speed on case law specifically, but what I can speak to is the fact that we have participated as the government in environmental assessment processes for Site C and some other developments. And the transboundary agreement, while it's cooperative in nature, we have a bilateral management committee for that. So that management committee includes the Assistant Deputy Minister from the NWT and from Alberta, and it has an Indigenous member, which is Tim Heron from the NWT Métis Nation, that sits on that bilateral management committee. And that's where we bring concerns and address any issues that come forward for the transboundary agreement. So if we can't, there's a whole dispute resolution mechanism that's built into the transboundary agreement as well if we can't come to an agreement, but the process there does not preclude us from using a legal method if required. What we're trying to do is work collaboratively through that bilateral management committee as the first step, and then we take the opportunity to participate in environmental assessments as required, and then we have that dispute resolution mechanism. But as I mentioned, we could still use legal recourse if needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under water management and monitoring? Seeing none, please turn to page 88. Environment and Natural Resources, Water Management and Monitoring Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $9,780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now go to page 91, Wildlife and Fish, beginning on page 91 with information items on up to page 94. Questions? Any questions? No questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So let's talk about caribou. Caribou, the barren ground caribou surveys were supposed to happen last year. They didn't because of COVID. What's happening this summer? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
So we are planning to do the survey this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So how much does it cost and where is it found in the budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The surveys cost around $430,000. They're done every 2 years, so the budget was set up to have that funding there every 2 years, and now we're off cycle because of COVID. So what we're doing is we're lapsing the $430,000 that we didn't spend on the surveys this year, and then we will be able to use that funding next year, and we're going to adjust the cash flow so then that funding is available every second year from then on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. So I just want to be crystal clear. The money can be carried over from last year to this year to allow for the survey work to be done. You don't have to cut internally, look for unused funds in other parts of ENR or even within Wildlife and Fish to do the work. Just want to be really clear about that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So my understanding, we're lapsing it this year, and then we're able to pick up the money next year, next fiscal year, to do the job that we were going to do this year, but because of COVID, we weren't able to. So we do have the money that is, and I wouldn't say we're transferring, we're lapsing it this year, then bringing it, then we're getting the money next year, fiscal year, to do the survey. Detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to talk about the finances to it.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only addition that I will make is that we will need to put forward a sup request for next year, but the Department of Finance is aware that we're lapsing the funding this year and that the work needs to be done next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll put in a good word for you guys right now with the Finance Minister that I want them to approve that. And if they don't, they'll have to answer to me. So, no, I'm deadly serious. This is, these herds are in very, very desperate state. One of the most reliable ways that we have to determine their health is through the calving ground surveys. If the work is not done, we have no idea what's going on with the overall well, I shouldn't say no idea. Our ability to predict and project is diminished dramatically. And I know I'm talking to scientists about this, so they get this. So we have to have that work done. And I expect that all of Cabinet's going to line up behind that. So I do want to ask, though, about the wildlife research and management line on page 92. There's a $700,000 drop predicted or projected from what we spent last year. So can someone tell me why that is being reduced? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. 230K was the Nuvik Tuck Highway Environmental Assessment funding It was sunsetted. 430,000 conservation and recovery of the Bathurst Bluenose East herd, caribou, ground caribou herd funding fluctuates according to the calving plan. So that's where that money that we had from, we talked about the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, appreciate that. So, I'm sorry, I'll just go back and ask one other question. So the $430,000 for the Barren Ground Caribou surveys, does that then have to be brought forward through a SUP? Thank you.
Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. You've already got one vote. Appreciate that. I want to ask about work for caribou habitat protection. Where would I find it in the budget here? And I see that there's a habitat and environmental assessment line. Is that where I would find money, and how much, and what is actually being done to protect? I'll just pick on one herd, the Bathurst caribou herd.
Minister?
Detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Do you have it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the money for the habitat protection comes under the line item for wildlife research or habitat and environmental assessment. I don't have the exact number with me that we're using on that, but it's related to the pilot project that we have provided information on previously. So I don't have the exact number at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
We'll make the commitment to get that back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I'd understood that there were some meetings that were to take place in the fall, or maybe it was in January with the Clecho and some other Indigenous governments and communities to start to identify specific areas for habitat protection, critical habitat. Like, look, there's nothing else we can do on the harvest side, quite frankly, other than maybe, and I do appreciate the work of the minister and what he did in the media today. Maybe we can do some more enforcement stuff there, but there's not much we can do with the harvesters to deal with that anymore. We've tried the predator stuff. That seems to have worked a little bit. The one area where we haven't done anything and is still outstanding, even in the range plan, is habitat protection. And so I had understood there was going to be some meetings. What's the status of that work? And have we actually started to identify areas that need to be protected, even permanently, for the Bathurst caribou herd? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have begun work on all 8 recommendations in the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan. There's been a draft framework for the implementation of mobile caribou conservation measures that was completed in March 2020, and we're currently working with Aurora Geosciences to develop detailed operational guidance based on a pilot program which piloted mobile caribou conservation measures in the summer and fall of 2020. We've also, as the members stated, met with the Clecho government and identified caribou habitat as a value at risk under our wildlife management system, and also identified key boreal and barren ground caribou habitat. It's my understanding that we're now having meetings with other Indigenous governments to get their input as well, not to include with the Clecho input. And the intention is to, my understanding is that those meetings are ongoing at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll probably have some more questions on this habitat protection. maybe even later this week. But I did want to ask about the status of transboundary work with the government of Nunavut. The minister did invite me to a meeting not that long ago. I guess it was about a year ago. The Nunavut premier was there. He's interested, and there was some user groups there. Where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement? And I know the premier Nunavut's been diverted with some other stuff, even in his hometown. But where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement for the Bathurst herd and maybe some of the other herds? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'll start and then turn it to the Deputy Minister. So we've been trying to follow up on the meeting we had from last year with the member was invited to. A couple of members from the House were invited to, which was really good. We had Indigenous governments, we had the Nunavut government. The Premier is the Minister of Environment from Nunavut, so not only is he the Premier, but he's taken that portfolio. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't arrived that we were able to have further conversations. As the member talked about, he's been pretty busy in dealing with some of the challenges that are there. We're still trying to work with them. We've reached out a number of times, and we're trying to fit it into our schedule to have those conversations. But the work for the staff, I will turn to the Deputy Premier, or Deputy Minister, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that per se we were looking at a transboundary agreement in the sense of an agreement. We have range plans and management plans that we've collaboratively developed with Nunavut. So they're a partner that we work with regularly on the implementation of those plans, like some of the other provincial governments as well, when the herds go cross boundaries. So we recognize and work very closely at the department level with the Department of Environment in Nunavut. And certainly they've been involved in these multi-year processes with Indigenous governments to develop range plans and management plans for the herds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague from Frame Lake covered a lot of the questions I was going to ask, but that's fine. There's a few questions I want to ask anyways. So I'm just looking at some sunsets here. The alternative harvest and the monitoring range planning. Can the Minister explain a little bit about that, like why these two area line items are being sunsetted? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
That detail I have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The alternative harvest funding was a one-time pilot funding project to assist harvesters in exploring alternative food sources other than caribou. And although there was no budget allocated ongoing, we have this year provided funding because of the mobile zone being as large as it is and the difficulty accessing caribou. So several Indigenous governments have received alternate harvest funding this year. What was the other one? Could I ask for clarity on what the other item was that the member was asking about, please?
Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monitoring and range planning.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Me? Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also one-time funding, and it was to support Indigenous governments and organizations' involvement in boreal caribou management and range planning. So that work was scheduled to be completed in that year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair, no, I'm just concerned, like, you know, we were just mentioning, you know, that that's caribou management, like, it's just important work, and I just don't want to see anything being taken away from that. I think that we need to make sure that we protect all our wildlife, and I don't know, it just seems like, you know, like there's this one-time contribution. I think this should be something that should be continuing on. That's how I feel about it. I'm sure a few of my colleagues do as well. Yeah, so I'm going to move along here. That was just a comment. The Wildlife Management Board, I saw it someplace else here. Maybe I'm going off a little bit here. Can the minister just explain what this is, this line item here for 118,000?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This line item is for contributions to support the wildlife management boards in across the NWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinity-Willowday?
No, thank you. And the other item here too, there's a decrease here as well, not so much a sunset, but for the stewardship program. Can the minister explain why there's a decrease there as well?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So that there is due to internal alignment due to historical actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinity-Willowday?
Madam Chair, so I didn't catch. I heard a sneeze through. Was that historical actions?
Minister?
Historical actuals.
Okay, good. So can the minister just elaborate what that is meant by that? Thank you.
Thank you. Member. Minister?
Historical actuals are actually what it has cost us to do this program area. So we go to the actual there. So we've realized this is where the numbers for us to be able to do it. So this is our actual cost to run the program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinity-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I just wasn't too sure there, and I don't have any other questions except to say, we gotta just continuing do as best we can with what we got to support our caribou. It's since time immemorial, where our people, lived off caribou, and I just hope that we could see like our future generations continue to harvest and hunt, this animal, and I'm hoping that we keep these herds strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with the member. So the member is aware. We did, as he was aware, we've met with YKDNI, the elders and chief, their committee there to talk about it. We're also going in, I believe it's the 24th, 26th. 24th is Fort Smith, sorry. The 26th, we are going into Let's Okay to meet with chief and council and the elders too, to talk about the caribou situation as well. So we are looking and listening to our communities and affected governments and IGCs or IGOs, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, so we are listening and we are trying to make sure we make the caribou a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Sorry. We're in the information items at the end. Sorry, remember I wanted to, yeah, thanks. That's why.
Sorry. Are there any further questions under Wildlife and Fish? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess it's called Wildlife and Fish, and I haven't heard anything about fish yet, so. Being from Hay River, I can't go back there if I don't ask questions. I would like to know what percentage of this budget item here goes to, I guess, to the area of fish management, or I guess is what I'm asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister for that detail. Thank you.
Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the name of this used to be the Wildlife Division, and it was changed to the Wildlife and Fish Division because we have begun discussions with the federal government to look at taking on some responsibilities related to fish. What I will say here is that there is limited amounts in this particular budget, other than for some of the enforcement aspects that happen at the regional level for that we have an agreement with the federal government already on. But fish are covered off under the cumulative impact monitoring program. There's much work that's done on fish because it's one of the valued ecosystem components, that water, fish, and caribou. And also there's fish work that has been done related to the human health risk assessment for giant, and there's fish work that has been done as part of the water stewardship strategy implementation, because you don't generally talk to people about water and not talk about fish. So we've done some fish research projects, but in fish, wildlife and fish specifically, the funding is related directly to that enforcement role that I mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're in discussions with the federal government, at what point, or is there a timeline where we take more responsibility? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's early stages of that work. I think that this decision was before my time working with this section, but I believe what we were doing was setting ourselves up to be, to be like other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions have a wildlife and fish section, or a fish and wildlife, as many of you have heard. So the intent here is to be ready for those discussions, but they're at an early stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not sure what else to ask then, if we don't really have a hell of a lot of responsibility. So that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Are there any further questions under Fish and Wildlife? Seeing none, please go to page 92. Environment, Natural Resource, Wildlife and Fish, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $16,156,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 95 to 103. Do members have any questions on any of those? Member for Great Slavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the work performed on behalf of others, and starting on page 101, and obviously that would vary over the years dependent on what, say, the federal government needs for us to do, and et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at it, it's for the year coming up, estimated to be around $7.6 million. Can the minister speak a little bit to, this is $7.6 million that wouldn't necessarily be in the economy of the Northwest Territories, and I guess it's kind of more, could be an ITI question, but can the minister speak to how we can leverage more money, I guess, under work performed on behalf of others, as it seems like it might be a way to at least keep money flowing through our economy, using it to keep people employed. I mean, if we can fund projects under this or pay for things under this, why would we not try to increase this amount? Or maybe I'm completely out to lunch because it's almost 8 o'clock on a really long day. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. So these here are projects that we, as it says, we're performing on behalf of others. These are things that we've worked with the federal government or the organizations to get done. But to advance it would be a bit of a challenge right now because of our commitments, but I think I got that look, so I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister who can clarify that part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is one element where the department is always looking for opportunities to work with others and do work that meets our mandate requirements and the work that we need done as a territory. I definitely think that this list has been longer in other years, but that's likely the result of not finding as much alignment as we have in other years. But I can definitely say that our department does a good job of looking for for money from other groups to help support the work that we do in the NWT, but there's always room for improvement, and we are definitely engaging at the department in discussions along those lines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I should also say this is also a department that does lots of science and facts and things, as I said, when I had other departments in front of me. So I like what I hear the Deputy Minister saying. I do understand what the Minister says about capacity at this time and such. But yeah, I'm a firm believer the more we can get people from the South to pay for us and things that we need, why wouldn't we? So more of a comment. I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions under the information items? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think I ask this almost every budget. The Inuvialuit Water Board, you know, this is, I know, some kind of artifact of devolution. You know, they do good work, they got good staff, but why are they kind of on our payroll? I know we get money from the federal government for this, but these folks should be independent of GNWT. And like the other land and water boards, I just don't understand why this is here. They should be getting their own money outside of the budget. And what are we doing? This is just kind of like the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. It's another one of these instances where this was a federally funded institution of public government, and now it's for GNWT. What are we doing to make this board really independent and allow them to hire their own staff, look after their own budget, do all their own stuff, instead of us doing it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, I can honestly say that I've been side the member for 4 years on the other side when there, and he's asked this question here. We've talked, we've looked at this, trying to find options there. The biggest challenge right now is our benefit package, and when we're talking to the staff and that's the challenge. They don't want to be lose the benefits, which will then have an impact on finding people to hire people and that. But we've had conversations with the chair. We've looked at it. They have a new chair, my understanding, and we're working with them on it. We would love to be able to do it, but at the same time, we don't want to cause due stress to the staff that work there. So for further clarity on what some of the stuff that's being done on a day-to-day basis or week-to-week or month-to-month, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the IWB doesn't report to any of this, like it doesn't report to the Waters group. It reports to the Director of Finance to maintain to make sure that they are as independent as possible. We have committed to the previous chair, and that commitment stands with the chair now, that we will deal with this through the process to amend the Waters Act, because it's going to require an amendment, and that we will review and discuss the transition of staff to the IWB through attrition, and the option of establishing a reporting structure. They've asked us to look at multiple options, and we've said that we will discuss it when we're doing the Waters Act amendments, because that's where we would need to make those changes. There are concerns from a labor relations perspective, and we want to make sure that we're doing it through that process, and we'll be engaging with all those that we need to discuss this item with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the level of detail that's been provided by the Deputy Minister. I just worried that this may not happen in my lifetime. So, look, I want to get these guys as independent as they possibly can and away from GNWT. So I think that's a shared objective, but I really hope that we can make some progress before I pass away. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the minister have any comments?
I hope he doesn't pass away for a long, long time. I like the guy. I appreciate his tenacity when it comes to working for the people. So, yeah, hopefully we can get it done sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under information items? Seeing none, I'll get members to please return now to the departmental summary found on page 69. Environment and Natural Resource Operation Expenditures Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates $97,874,000. Does the committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Environment and Natural Resource 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Does committee agree? Okay. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you. The committee is now adjourned.
Order, order. Sound like everybody was having fun in Committee of the Whole today. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, member for Tunde. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, 1:30 p.m. prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions 638, 19.2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 30-19.2, notices of motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills, Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act. Second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bills 3, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 20. Committee reports 8, 9, and 10. Minister statements 77. Table documents 165, 166, 167, 286. Report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.